You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Oh, we love that place. We love New York. We're going to say that a lot during the next 4 days. As the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2024 is rounding the turn and heading toward home. The last two events of the year, a.k.a. our Northern Swing, starting right here. Started a couple of hours ago right there on massive Lake Champlain. There's the scene at the marina. Plattsburgh, New York, our fantastic host city yet again. This place, a real mecca for bass fishing. I don't care where you are in the world, everyone wants to come and fish on Lake Champlain. So vast, so huge. About 500 square miles, 100 miles long, 14 miles wide at certain points. We got 101 anglers out there. We've got a couple coming off of injured reserve, so to speak, and they're going to be part of the full field that is out there today. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore. And Ronnie, we've got a lot of stuff to sort out before we really get to know what's going on here.
It's hard to not finish our season with the Northern Swing, especially when two of the lakes are the best tournament lakes in the country, Lake Champlain and the St. Lawrence River.
Well, we're going to be in the boat with 6 of our anglers that we picked out. In advance of today, we'll be with them all day long. We'll bring you plenty of other reports from around the lake. But as they got ready, this is 2 hours ago at takeoff. Let's hear from our
We've had a really good year this year. The only hiccup's really been the Harris chain. So the way I kind of got it figured, I'm about 50 points out of qualifying for my first classic. So we're hoping we can get all of them here. This is probably one of my favorite lakes in the whole world. Smallmouth bass, probably my favorite fish to catch. And we get to do both of them right here. So we go out there today. I've had a pretty good practice. It's been a lot of fun this week. I've been catching some big ones. Last year I really had one area that the fish were all at. I fished in one spot the whole time, but this year it's not going to be like that. I got a few places I'm going to move around, cycle through. We got good weather this morning, and looking forward to getting out there and just seeing, the thing with smallmouth is they tend to move around. I had a place I found the second day that had a lot of really big ones. I hadn't been back to it, but we're headed right there right now. So we're going to go see what we can come up with.
Champlain, feeling good. Didn't have the best practice, but I love fishing this lake. Had a lot of good history here. So I'm gonna go wheel around, try to catch some smallies in the morning, and go hopefully catch a couple big buckets in the afternoon. And
all right, here we are, day one, the launch of Lake Champlain Bassmaster Elite. Man, this is an awesome event. I'm going to tell you, historically for me, this lake means a lot. I started coming to this lake in 1990, just out of high school. Loved it then. I'm 52 now and I still love it. This is the place where I won my first Bassmaster Pro event back in 1999. It really set the tone for my career. It gave me a little stability in an unstable time. And my hero, Rick Lund, came in second in that event. So, it's been a really rough season for me this year. I've had a lot of bad events, but there's 2 events left, and it'd be great to end the year on a good note. So the goal today, have fun, remember why I love fishing, and try to catch about 20 pounds. So hope you follow along today. It's going to be a good one.
Oh man, I'm feeling good. I mean, my practice wasn't as good as I would have liked it to be out here on Champlain this week, but with that being said, I mean, I'm still catching a lot of fish. Just finding those key 4-pounders for me has been a little bit tougher, like I said, than last year, but there are still a lot of them to be caught, don't get me wrong. We're gonna try for them today, and hopefully we throw at 5 of the right ones. I got like probably 3 or 4 kind of more key areas where the fish are kind of using, just little indentions, in kind of like basically what I'd call a trench. Basically I guess what you'd call a creek channel on a reservoir, but we're on a lake today on Lake Champlain. So that's going to be what we're targeting today, and looking for those alewife chasers out there on the big lake.
Yes. A lot of lakes, that's very difficult, but this lake's so big. Every year, good luck, Bubba. Every year, I'm like, I think I know everything for like what I like to do, and then I end up coming up and finding more. It's so big, right? And like you could be idling just the wrong way and miss something, you know, so you'll never know everything here. That's what's, I think, intriguing, is that like you can always find something. There's always something new. If it was a small lake, it would get old.
Last night was the first night that I legit had trouble falling asleep, and it wasn't from nervous or whatever that stuff. I'm genuinely excited to get this day started because it's gonna be so much fun. This is the funnest lake ever, and the way we're catching them. If it doesn't change, oh my God. Top water blow up, just insanity. Psycho smallmouth. That's me.
That's a good 6 to have out there today. That is a great group, and this lake figures in their plans, their history, all different kinds of ways. We got two former champions in there. We got hopefuls for Angler of the Year and maybe Angler of the Year and Classic Champ as well. I tell you what, Ronnie Moore, we got a big day ahead of us here. Glad you're with us. We got 7 full hours of coverage coming your way. We're going to take you all the way up to weigh-in time, as a matter of fact. So stick around. Check back in when you can. I know it's Friday. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, of course. That is Ronnie Moore, we've heard from already. I'm Tommy Sanders. Also joining us, Mike Sukon and Such. We got so many. I mean, they're always playing in the background, these Angler of the Year race, the Classic qualification, requalification. We got all of that on the line this week.
Yeah, tight AOY race, and guys really fighting to get inside that Classic cut. You got to be 42nd right now. You know, you say this place has been dominated by forward-facing sonar the last couple of events, but with Largemouth might play, you might see some guys raw dogging it this week.
All right. Well, that's Such brings up a good point, Ronnie. There's going to be more than one way to get this. That last one, whatever that is. Anyway, there's going to be more than one way to get the job done, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we saw with the Bass Nation event, we've seen the weights out of Ticonderoga the last few weeks. The water level is high, if not a little higher than it was last year. And Tommy, Mike Iaconelli equated it. It's kind of like high tide and low tide on tidal fisheries. Low tide means that you can find those one cast spots for largemouth where you can just catch them. High tide spreads them out, but it makes Lake Champlain fish a little bigger. So when there are small, secluded places for largemouth, high water makes it fish a little bigger than it would be. We've seen some size there, and when smallmouth are running a little leaner this week, they are more plentiful but leaner. The largemouth are harder to find, but they are bigger, so that will be the game we play. Brian Schmidt won it with basically a 50-50 split a few years ago. We'll see if we return to that.
Yeah, it was won just a couple of weeks ago at a nation event with all largemouth, as a matter of fact. So all those things figure in. Of course, a lot can change in 2 weeks, and we will try to keep track of it as well as we can. Mike Iaconelli said that I'm going to relearn why I love fishing here. I think that's going to work for all of us. It always seems to happen every time we go out to Lake Champlain. Let's get out to Justin Atkins. And they're having a very, very good year. Loves catching smallmouth. He comes from surely the smallmouth nexus of Alabama. That's Pickwick Lake.
Yeah, where the biggest limit of smallmouth ever came in B.A.S.S. until last year at the St. Lawrence. So not too bad of a place.
Got a buddy with him too.
A little bit different scenario for Justin Atkins this year, Tommy. The last few years of his Elite Series career, the first few seasons of his Elite Series career, he was on the outside with no shot of making the Classic, had to win the last event to get in. It's kind of been a weird, we expected much greater production from Justin Atkins when he came to the Elite Series, and this is what he's showing out. 21st right now in the Classic. Needs a good one here to just go fun fishing next week at the St. Lawrence.
50 points, he gets it done here, so look for him to do that. Here's a guy who's got a win here, kind of boxed in, 2 second-place finishes, 2017, 2020. Seth Feider.
He is going to be one of those guys
the right
that
one.
Does both species, no doubt, today. That's his game plan for sure. Didn't have the best largemouth practice, but with so much rich history here with largemouth, you can't keep yourself away from it too long.
We've seen him catch and tank largemouth.
Definitely got to get rid of him, but hey, we'll start with a fish in the boat.
Kind of like Christmas, 4th of July, things that happen every year.
2 pounds.
Seth Feider catching a big bass of the day is expected to happen at Champlain, no doubt, this event.
We talked about his track record here, and it's a good one. Look at that, 2017 second place, ditto for 2020, and 4th place in 2021. I think he's got it surrounded. He's got a win surrounded there, Ronnie.
Absolutely, and he fishes around some of the best places in the world in Minnesota, but calls Lake Champlain his favorite lake. And I think that growing up in Minnesota, fishing on Mille Lacs with smallmouth, fishing on Minnetonka with largemouth, he has gotten the best of both worlds, and that's why Champlain's a perfect place for Seth Feider.
Big place to operate as well. I mean, we got 500 square miles here. You don't have to see another angler all day if you don't want to, generally. Take it out to Mike Iaconelli. So much fun having him in our group today.
Why is he so far down, deep? There's a big one. Start out with a good one. Not quite 4, but it's a good start. So I switched to just a heavier jig head minnow, swallowed it, which is good. So again, listen, if you're watching, don't feel bad if you suck at forward facing sonar. I suck at it, but you know, I'm trying to learn. I'm 50, 52, and I'm just trying to stay relative in the sport. I'm trying to learn. Don't be afraid to switch colors, switch weights. That's one of the big things I learned, so it's a good start right there. Right, got me a 3 something. Heck yeah, we'll take that.
Well, we heard Mike say it. He won 25 years ago, the Vermont Bassmaster Top 150 back in 1999 to notch his first victory.
He said back in the day, even earlier than that, 1990 was the first time he was fishing here, and he did it in his club championship. Every year they'd come to Champlain from Jersey and fish it and wrap up their year.
And that's a catfish that I saw. awesome. I swear it looked like a bass. See, I don't know, if you're Taco Ito or if you're Jay or any of those guys, you know exactly that's a catfish. I have no idea. That could have been Jimmy Hoffa. I wouldn't have known,
Oh, he's been hard on himself through his career at times, says Mike Iaconelli. It's also fun to be with him when he's kind of can laugh at himself a little bit.
No doubt about it.
Talk about the situation and make it relatable for all of us.
We're always going to see something special with Ike, whether it's the best day ever or the biggest train wreck ever. One of the two, but we love Ike for that reason.
Here we go, Jay Przekurat.
He's not very big. Fish uno. Fish number one. Well, let's see what we're working with here. Nothing crazy. Probably a 3. Yeah. 3 1/4.
One of the hottest anglers. People might be wondering why we're with Jay Przekurat. Well, he's in that Angler of the Year race right outside the top 5. He's one to be feared in the northern swing if he can do his job. And he's got 4 straight top 10s, Tommy, dating back to Lake Murray. The last 3 elites and the most recent Open. He's been in the top 10, but he's been in the top 6 in reality.
Hottest man in the sport right now, safe to say.
There's one. Not the size we're after, but it's a bass. Ooh, barely had him.
Jay gave away the game, told us his plan for today. Stay out there on these pelagic fish, feeding on the alewives and the perch, and just go through as many numbers till you get the right find.
That was my biggest fear, was seeing the Nation event 2 weeks ago in largemouth factor, that some of those notorious largemouth anglers, would they have given up on largemouth, and exclusively go for small, not even try it? But now maybe it's coming back into the playing field, so we'll see how they do it. But Jay is definitely a smallmouth guy through and through when we head up north. This is what his game plan is going to be, no doubt.
That was the veteran Mark Burgess that won that big one with the 20-pound average plus there. And I want to say shout out to him. He's a friend from way back. And
wow.
Happy to see him get that.
Got another hot angler, Jacob Foutz. He's going for his 11th consecutive cut. He just caught his 3rd fish around 4.5 pounds. He's our first guy over 20 pounds who's been leading now. In fact, he actually took over AOI because Hamner doesn't have a fish yet, but then Trey McKinney just jumped up in the 9th place. He's got 4 for about 11 pounds. He's back in 1st place in the AOI. Foutz is 2nd right now.
Looks like it's got a little bit more fight to it.
It's not a bad one.
Justin Atkins, as you mentioned, having a great year. Great swing through Alabama for him, and now the Alabama angler with the best career of all of them right now, having won the Classic.
I think the only one who's got a longer cut streak. I don't know. Hamner might have missed one of our.
I think one this year. Maybe he's missed.
Maybe one. Maybe St. John's or something like that.
Yeah.
I think he was just in the 50s there. Otherwise, he's made every cut since the Sabine last year. When Sabine was the last one he had missed.
Oh yeah, we're wearing them out. Little mid-morning update. Went up shallow. I mean, knew I wouldn't catch as many up shallow. We're about to catch one right here. That one looks good. Actually, it looks pretty big. Come on. You hadn't seen it yet. Yeah, I went up shallow this morning. The topwater bite has been unreal. And it was just, I don't know, not happening. Which it was like that in practice where I would go and it'd be like, I mean, 2 or 3 hours where you couldn't buy a bite on topwater. And then when it started, I don't know what changed, but you couldn't keep it away from them. They were just going nuts. So we're pulling out here to try and get a limit real quick. Hopefully that shallow bite will turn on later. Even these fish are acting a little weird.
Justin Hamner telling us he had a little trouble sleeping this week. Did not have trouble at the Classic, but maybe, Ronnie Such, is it dawning on him that he is got the great possibility of pulling off one of the rarest feats in bass fishing.
Yeah, the Classic is an adrenaline dump, Tommy. You were just still on riding a high, and here it's a season-long kind of lead up. And so in our Progressive Angler of the Year race, Hamner taking over the lead by 24, like Such said earlier, over Trey McKinney. Trey with the big mishap at Smith, Cody Huff. Basically, Tommy, there were going to be 50 or 60 points between first and second, and now it's 60 points between the top 10.
Yeah.
Everyone is still in play.
They are.
If anyone stumbles.
We talk about how rare it is to win the AOY and win Classic, Progressive Angler of the Year, and the Bassmaster Classic in the same year. Only 2 have done it to date. That's Mark Davis and Kevin Van Dam. Justin Hamner wanting to join the most exclusive club in the sport of bass fishing, I think you could say, Ron.
That is something to be seen, no doubt about it. When you ride momentum, Tommy, it's hard to do it in a tournament. We go win a tournament versus be consistent all year. And so when you mesh the two together, you have special seasons like Mark Davis had, like Kevin Van Dam. I think Kevin Van Dam had like 4 special.
Oh, yeah.
It was everything.
Yeah, that was a tidal wave back in those a decade or more ago. Well, we're off to a good start today. We've got some good smallmouth exclusively, I think, today so far. And we expect to see some largemouth later on. Interesting to see how this all starts to settle in and work out. 4 days of this fishing coming up from fabulous Lake Champlain. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Live continues from New York here, the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. These anglers have been out here, well, the first quarter of their day already. They started early, 6 o'clock local time, Eastern time. So they are kind of getting settled in. They should be onto the game plan as it stands right now. The conditions are good. Conditions get a little dicier tomorrow. The remnants of a hurricane going to certainly bring some rain and probably some wind our way. We'll try to keep on top of that for you today because that's going to be an important part of the story tomorrow.
Yeah, and when you look at those wind numbers for the weather forecast, Tommy, those are important, the numbers, but the direction is even more important. If it's coming straight from the south as it makes its way up the coast, that is a tough wind, especially for guys who are going to Ticonderoga or us in general trying to put on a tournament. Sustained south winds and heavy gusts is no good for Lake Champlain.
Back to Justin Atkins. Got a couple in the live well so far.
One of those anglers last year in the inland sea, Tommy, and he kind of lived more on the eastern side of it, that eastern shore that I think we're seeing him at currently. And it's one of those deals when you start to find an area that's familiar, like Seth Feider with the different bays or Brian Schmidt, certain regions of this place, you gravitate to it and you can kind of really expand that. And it seems like Atkins is figuring that out a little bit more and more every time we come here.
Inland sea, kind of a giant lake within a lake here is what it is. And certainly has given us most of the action over the past couple of visits here, to be sure. Seth Feider.
Oh, God dang it. Came back and bet it again. A good one, too. Big skinny. Come here. Oh. Way much. He had to give me a second chance for me to catch one. Just about to leave, too. He ain't much. 3 1/4, bro. He looked big when he first come up. He got a big old head on him. Fish could be 4 pounds if he had some meat on his bones. Three 3 1/4. So these are small ones on this lake.
Solid smallmouth, but not the size projected that you're going to need to really contend at the top.
For sure, but a lot of those, that's what Seth and Schmidt and Iaconelli were saying, that a lot of these fish, those 3 3/4 or 3 1/2s that were your baseline fish, they're 3 pounders or 3 1/4s now. And so we're going to look at them and scoff, but it'll really shake it. We'll see what these, we're still going to see the 20+ pound bags at the top, but the cut line is where it's going to be impacted.
Yeah, which is important, sure, this week. Lawrence bird's eye view of Justin Hamner, the spot he's got staked out here.
Interesting to hear him talk about maybe not shallow for Lake Dardanelle or shallow for another lakes in the south, but he said he did go up shallow and alluded to throwing topwater. And that is a bite that has happened.
Kind of made your ears,
We've seen that factor in the past with Kobe Krieger doing well here. Kelly J, back in the day, almost won the Elite here in 2017 with a topwater.
I'm not against it.
No, not at all. Ed Lochran, who's rejoining the Elites after missing the last few events with kidney stones and different ailments, had to have a procedure and recover from that, and he is back. He had a topwater tied on and exclusively said that was going to be a major part of his game.
Wow.
He's one who's also got a top 10 here in the past.
Ed Lochran and Jamie Hartman, the two anglers coming off of injury, back in for the last 2 events of the year. Justin Hamner won the Classic Grand Lake of the Cherokees in Oklahoma, wire to wire, back in March.
And really this all, Justin Hamner showed signs of being a young up-and-coming angler, had a great Classic in 22 at Hartwell.
Down by the dam.
The Elite Series schedule interferes with other work things and other things in life. And so he had talked about this with Dave Mercer. Quitting his job and going all in on bass fishing has, I mean, a huge uptick in productivity. He's gotten top 25s in every single event except for that St. Johns River we referenced.
Cold starts to the days back in Oklahoma back in March. Grand Lake, though, turned out to be just the right place for Justin Hamner. Barely nosed out Cody Huff for that day one lead, 22 pounds and 6 ounces.
And you look at it in 20 pounds even, huge day for day two, but how much all his nearest competitors dropped off on day two. That is what makes that 20-pound bag even bigger in the scheme of things. Carried the lead all 3 days, and on that final day, it's just meant to be. He got some security with that last second catch on his last cast.
Did a lot of damage with that jerk. Had a kind of a strange hypnotic cadence with that jerk bait. Seemed to get the job, well, more than absolutely got the job done. A world championship at a relatively young age for this angler from the Tuscaloosa area in Alabama, Northport. Seth Feider, we saw him put a couple of smallmouth in the live well earlier, and now he has shifted his focus.
He threatened us. He said he would do it, and he said he's going to give the people something to admire today.
Largemouth. Mm-hmm. Let's go. Bass fishing. Smallest bass in Lake Champlain, but we're bass fishing. I thought he was going to be better the way he was swimming out with it. The right tree, there might be 4 biggins on it. I didn't even have a bite off this tree in practice. So. Rock bass or something. About got me snagged up. This one seemed really dumb in here too. Yeah.
Making a cut here, real important to Seth Feider.
It's kind of hard to see in here. Jack that up.
Unexpectedly, Tommy had his 2 best events of the season in Alabama. Two events he was really dreading, to be honest, wasn't looking forward to. Good wheeler and
never seen one
a great wheeler and a good Smith.
Good Smith, yeah.
But,
2 great ones the next 2 weeks, and he could slide into the Classic after being in the 90s halfway through the season in points.
65th coming in here this week.
And that seems like a lot, but I think his deficit is about 55 to 60 points up to 40. So similar to our 1st to 10th, but that's about 25 people in between, him and the Classic.
Yeah, I figured out he needs to average about an 18th place finish. He needs 171 points to get to the estimated Classic cut line. About 490.
Would not put it past him.
Przekurat looking great for the Classic. In fact, he's looking great in the race for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. 7th spot there. He'll have to hit a home run up here, but it's doable.
Yeah, that's a good fish. I know he's gonna pull this haywire stuff on me right at the end. Got him. There we go. That's a good fish. Big Z2 and a nice smallie. It's pushing 4. Might be one of the first ones we need for the day.
There's Przekurat with a candidate for the weigh-in. Coming into his boat. For 4+, 5 would be preferable. All of these guys wanting to contend at the top today. Przekurat continues to catch him. He is on a roll here in the Bassmaster Elite Series. The Bassmasters in general having won that Open Championship up north here in St. Clair just a few weeks ago. We got 2 special weeks in New York starting here today on Lake Champlain. And Jacob Foutz having a great season as well. Robert G., the rookie, who has done very well in 2024 also. J.T. Tompkins ditto for him, and Lee Livesey of Texas, Wes Logan of Alabama round out our top 5 in pretty much the second quarter now of this day's competition. We'll take ourselves a quick break and step right back in.
I'm Seth Feider. We're at Lake Champlain, and this is a Z-Man TRD. I'll have this tied on this week. Awesome smallmouth bait, fishing on a jig head, dragging on the bottom, or casting at fish you see on scope, and absolutely catches them. You can literally catch them in any part of this lake, and I think you'll see guys doing that this year. Like I've never, in practice, you barely see any boats, and there's 100 of us out here, so it's this. The field's definitely really spread out, and there's a lot of fish doing a lot of different things.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Seth Feider. What a sterling record he has here on Lake Champlain, now in his 10th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. We saw him out a little deeper earlier today, catching a couple of smallmouth, not really the size he wanted. And not too long after that, he decided to change directions.
You could think, Tommy, that he's lying to us for Bass Pro Shop's top lures. He's not throwing the Ned rig. He's not throwing the jig head with
doing
it.
All.
He's throwing this. He's throwing that. You could be close to great smallmouth water and great largemouth water right inside of each other and switch your game plan up like he notoriously does here.
That's what's magic about this place. You see the takeoff there from Plattsburgh on the New York side. And we take it over right now to Seth Feider. Having already visited him, caught a couple of small ones there off the bank. He's kind of committed to this for at least the time being.
That was weird. Bass fishing, boys. I didn't set the hook. My line just stopped like a foot down. I was like, that's really weird. That was really weird. Like, I don't even know if I got one. There's some good ones in here. I don't think anybody's jacked with them. I'm not getting this many bites already. Not even a 3-pounder.
That largemouth also not the size he wanted exactly, but it's what seems to be the good news for him is that nobody's been in here messing with him. And we know Seth likes situations like that.
That didn't sink very much. That feels big. That's big. That's big. That's big. That's big. Stay on. Stay on, baby. Oh, God, it's a giant, dude. Come here. Come here. Oh, my God! Come on, a 6-pounder, boys. You like that, Garrett, don't you? Flipping stick, boys. I don't think we got to put a call tag on him. Come on. Mitchie, are you liking this? Okay. Hey, they won't eat my minnow, but they'll eat my bug. They'll eat my bug. We gotta crack a big old bag up here, dude.
That makes a huge difference. I don't know if he's 6, but he's 5 3/4, 5 1/2. Little bass fishing action for the viewers at home. Same deal, it dropped like 2 feet. I'm like,
Tommy, that is what makes Lake Champlain the special playing field that we have this week as we bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. The ability to go smallmouth fishing and then turn around and go largemouth fishing and incorporate both of them in your game plan, something that many have done, but you have to do it perfectly probably if you're going to win this event, managing your time on both. And I wanted to talk about the last 3 times we've been here. We've seen a little bit of a change as these smallmouth have grown up and gotten bigger, as our technology has gotten better. We saw those first couple of elites, Tommy, and Denny Brower, Timmy Horton, all largemouth, whether it was Missisquoi or Ticonderoga. But the last 3 times we've seen it change. Brandon Polinick in 2020, 0 largemouth in his 4 days of limits, 20 smallmouth, whereas Brian Schmidt had 11 largemouth and 9 smallmouth when he won in 2021. And then last year it returned to dominant by smallmouth, all for Fujita, 20 of those. But this year it seems like it could be cyclical. I talked to Mike Iaconelli, Seth Feider. It seemed like either the smallmouth are a little leaner this year, have been heavily pressured as well, and the opportunity for largemouth to creep back in the game plan is something we could see this weekend. What a great segue with Seth Feider, a 5 3/4, possibly, hey, we've seen it, a big bass every tournament basically here, Tommy, for Seth Feider. He is the master of that, and most of the time, the big fish for him are largemouth. He's already got one in the boat. He's good to go on day 1. He's just got to get closer to 18 to 20 pounds, and he'll be set.
Oh, you're not done yet.
Oh.
You're not done yet? Oh,
hey,
no.
There is no debate. I'm okay with making this for the full day. If we see something better than this, I hope we do. But Seth Feider catching a few smallmouth, getting situated, switching gears, and catching a kicker largemouth for the boys. Flipping a tree in New York, Tommy. That is a match made in heaven for Seth Feider. Don't have to put a cull tag on that one. That is one you're going to hold up at the weigh-in all day long. And for the guys who fish Champlain, maybe the largemouth guys, they are pumping their fist because they are excited that largemouth may factor this week. It wasn't dominated by any means by smallmouth a few weeks ago. Largemouth winning the nation event. And maybe Feider said yesterday you could see all 3. You could see a largemouth dominate, 20 largemouth win this. You could see 20 smallmouth win it, or you could see a mixture for sure.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
How about we have one of each for the top 3? We just see who wins it out.
Perfect.
Feider's bass win in is a 5-pound, 10-ounce. It's our Phoenix Boats big bass of the day.
Ain't that big, but he's a good one. I really wanted you on this other side, but I guess if we're gonna go down here, we're just gonna go down here. All right, number 5. That's a little more like it right there. All right. Thick one, a piece of meat. Just go ahead and weigh them now. A lot bigger than I thought he was. Sweet. You can put him as 3.5.
Put him as 3.5. I'd say that's a 3 3/4. If you say it in that tone, Tommy, that is one that you're going to
You're
want
doing
this
some
week.
subtle readings of
Well,
these,
you know,
like the human lie detector.
There's a
here.
difference in it's 3.5 or put it as 3.5, you know, and we just pick up on those little things, you know. Just like when Seth Feider understands that bait dropping 1 foot means something's changed.
I'm watching them chase bait on the graph.
Situationally. Oh, Iaconelli.
Not a big one. No. No, but you know, we'll take them. It's a fish. I mean, they were chasing bait to the surface. Like, if I didn't get that one to bite, there was a problem. I'm getting back in that zone where I caught that one, though. Maybe it has something to do with just this area a little shallower than what I've been catching them. Fight, man. That's one you can't have, but until we get 5, you know. Put that on this side. He did eat this bait, which makes me happy. Like, finding the lure that's working, I think, is real important. I've had too many this morning already. Like, we hadn't been out here an hour and a half yet, and I've had so many come up to it and not get it. So, you know, just me getting some confidence in the bait is going to be important for me to get a feeling for what, you know, when I throw at one, I want to believe that he's going to eat it.
Lawrence bird's eye view of Mike Iaconelli there, fishing on his favorite fishery in the whole world, Lake Champlain. Looking to get a limit in the boat as job 1. And he's getting there. He is getting there.
Even with the technology and forward-facing sonar teaching you and showing you more than you've ever had before, it is hard for someone like Iaconelli to break the habits of old. When you fish Lake Champlain a certain way your whole life, and now you're like, I can't just go over there and fish that point.
You see one, and then he's in a totally
with my eyes
different
closed.
area.
Like, I gotta go look for where these
a
groups
minute
of fish
later,
are.
not even a minute. It's just 50 yards to the right. You know, I want to believe they're still here, but not seeing the marks to do well. Once in a while, just not enough of them.
It's like Brian Schmidt said at the top of the show, this place is so vast, so huge. No matter how many times you have come here and fished tournaments, you always discover something new. Those opportunities they are open-ended. They never stop.
And as much as I love Brian Schmidt, the things he discovers that are new, he keeps to himself. No doubt about it.
Well, understandably.
I look forward to getting out with him and seeing what Schmidt, I called him because he's the one who normally tests largemouth, and He said, I haven't fished for largemouth, Ronnie, because I have the utmost amount of confidence, and every year it seems like I catch some in practice that I wish I had in the tournament, so I'm just gonna go there with full faith and trust, you know.
Let's get over to Brian Schmidt right now. He's caught a few since we have seen him.
Not the size that you hope to expect, but
they go in the box till further notice.
Plenty of numbers to go through for sure, whether you're fishing for either species. We've seen Seth Feider catch multiple smallmouth and then turn around and have half a dozen largemouth already. So numbers will be a thing today, Tommy, but what color they are and the size is going to be what separates going home or sticking around to the weekend.
Yeah, his limit goes a little bit over 10 pounds.
No. Won this one again back in 2021. Majority largemouth, but not by much. Had to add some smallmouth in to seal the deal.
He had a real poor performance last year. I think he was in the top 25, Tommy. That's way
for
farther
him,
down than
that's a
that's
bust.
way farther down. He's won an Open here as well, back in 2016.
It's not that big. Of course, he's in this dang on buoy. Look, he wrapped right into it, dude. Couple times.
One little buoy out there. And he got it.
Needs a good tournament. He came
Nice
in
fish,
54th
but not-
in AOI points.
Him and Feider and 54th. You know, it's not too
that's
shabby. You're
but
only
you need
12,
a couple good finishes.
12 places out for sure.
Well, what's the best thing we've seen so far? Yeah, you know what it is. It's Seth Feider. Making a move, getting over to the bank. Dropping into that tree, and wow.
We gotta put a call tag on.
That one will change your day. That one will change your week, Tommy. No doubt about it.
Good question. Still going. I misspeak. I like to spread misinformation. I said we're in the third hour. We were in the third hour when we were in the second hour. Now we're about to pass over into the third hour of fishing here. Jacob Foutz having a great season, and what a day. The first man to 20 by a long shot and way before everyone else. The rookie Robert G, another rookie JT Tompkins. Rookies doing great at every event so far this year. Lee Livesey, Wes Logan, and Brian New just outside of the top 5.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Yep, happy Friday, TGIF and all of that. Wait, it's not Friday. It's Thursday, excuse me. That's for tomorrow.
It feels like Friday.
It feels like a Friday. I don't know why, but it feels like a Friday. I'm slinging the misinformation
Hey,
like
one more. I'm going to call you
like a
fake news
fishmonger on a
Sanders,
Saturday. So, there we go. There's your leaderboard as it stands right now. Fast Track says Jacob Foutz is the man on top. He is with 20 pounds, first to 20 pounds. Robert G, JT Tompkins, Lee Livesey. Got a couple of former Progressive Anglers of the Year in that top 10 as well. One of them being Clark Winlet, and the other one being this man right here, Seth Feider, from that year, 2001. Just saw him catch a great one, giant. Phoenix big bass of the tournament so far.
He's nowhere near what he needs to be total weight-wise for the day, Tommy, but that 5'10" has him ahead of schedule, no doubt.
All right. Not a great big one, but we'll box him up. That gives us a limit. I got another 2 3/4. I popped it and he, wham, got it.
Not even. 264. First smallmouth's the next one to go.
All right. Looking for an upgrade size for that, but it'll go in for now.
Might get him in the top 10.
Could
he
do.
was right just outside.
Ninth place with that fish.
Who's up for a little Northland Daily Trivia? I am. I don't know about you guys, but here's the question. We're going to do it and answer it. Which angler caught the biggest bass of the last 3 elites at Lake Champlain? Is it the aforementioned Seth Feider? Was it Kyoya Fujita, Jay Shakeurat, or Brian Schmidt?
Well, I will eliminate one for you, Tommy. Kyoya, or 2 of them, Kyoya Fujita and Jay Shakeurat, have not fished the last 3 elites. So I will eliminate 2, and I
could have had it in the last event, though, Ronnie.
I'll go to Seth Feider.
I'm with you on that. A all the way.
How big was it?
Oh, sure, of course. 6'6".
I think he's had a couple heavy 5s as well.
Yeah.
And I think he's honestly had like a 6'3", 6'2".
We remember that catch very, very well. It did not happen. We were talking about this at the break, Ronnie. It didn't happen early in the day. His big fish, his big largemouth in that tournament generally came afternoon, and here we are.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Come here. Come here. Woo! Oh, my God. Oh my God, it's a 6-pounder, dude. Boom! Give me some. Where's Noah? Freaking Kong! Oh my God.
That's why he loves this place.
He's
Stuff
had
like
big
that, which we've seen live today already.
He's had big bass of the day 3 times on Champlain.
Really?
In the last,
Most of the time it comes on close to the weekend when the tournament starts to make a turn for the, and this event here was where Polinick won with all smallmouth, and Feider almost got it done with focusing on largemouth and mixing in smallmouth. Then the next year, largemouth were treating him poorly, and he said, I need to just stick with the smallmouth, but he kept dipping from the well, and it's paid off for him most years. So it's good to see him balancing both. And he said, oh, no doubt, Ronnie, I'm gonna fish for both of them.
Right now, he's got the big bass of the day. The exposed big bass. You can't do it all 4 days if you don't do it on day 1. See if he can hang on with 5'10".
Good one. Good one. Yes. Let's go, dude. Not real big, but he's got to be pushing 3.5, I bet. I'm about to call a 2-pound smallmouth with him, I know that. This is so much more fun. What's going on, dude? My scale's like dying. This ain't good. He's a damn almost 4-pounder, dude. I don't know what's going on with my scale. Call him number 1 though.
Almost a 4-pounder, Tommy?
Damn near 4-pounder.
That would be another 1.5 pounds. He's going to be getting close to 18, even if not at 18 already.
I think he's been low on a couple of those fish, Ronnie, because he said the 264 he put in his 2 pounds 5 ounces instead of
top 10. It'll be
2.9 or 10.
Now. Get back to Brian Schmidt.
If that's the case, that upgrade will put him in second, Tommy. Feider will be in the mix.
Trey McKinney just caught his limit fish a little bit ago. He's back in the AOI lead. Foutz is second. JT Tompkins is third. Shakeurat's in there at fourth. Justin Hamner has fallen to seventh. He does not have a fish.
Small keeper it looked like for Schmidt right there.
Come on, motherfuckers.
Okay, Mike Iaconelli.
Nope. Got two of them following them. I had to put it right on his head. I mean, it was. Two and 3/4. Not the right size, but everyone we put in the box is a little more confidence for when we go largemouth fishing. So that's how you gotta look at it, you know.
Back over to Brian Schmidt. Two wins with the Bassmaster Elite Series. One of them here. Oh.
Feels decent. That's how that goes. And watch it be a 2-pounder. What do we got here? God, you're a strong one, boy. A little better. A little bit better.
Football.
Yeah. Maybe make a couple more casts here now. Right when you're getting ready to leave.
That's all you gotta say. Last cat. Big old head.
3.5.
He is very, very good at a lot of fisheries, Tommy, but there is a certain type of fishery that's in his wheelhouse. And if you had to pick, other than maybe the Potomac River, where he has such a great record, Champlain would be the one he has the second best record on. And he keeps a lot of things close to his vest. He's been in a lot of different regions of this lake for success over the years. But man, he's on your short list. And if you counted him out because he wasn't at the front of the forward-facing trend last year in the elite event, you know, he was in the mid-20s, maybe 30th place, then you were wrong to do so because he knows this place very well.
Yeah.
One he just caught, convinced him to stick around.
Decent.
Make a few more casts in here.
Fat.
That's a big fish.
3 1/4.
Brian Schmidt wearing them out back at St. Albans. Looking for some bigger ones to show up. Let's get over to Przekurat. He's a smallmouth ace, that's for sure. That's what he'll be doing all day, you got to figure.
caught a 4-pounder about an hour ago. It's best fish.
That's a better size.
That one. Nice big old belly. Yeah. That's a belly. $4 1/4.
Okay.
Short, but man, is he fat.
2 1/4 pound gain on the cull for Jay Przekurat. His last 4 finishes have been 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, not too shabby. I don't know what he was doing when he got 5th and 6th. He needs to step it up.
Yeah, just get rid of whatever you're doing there.
Honestly, this is one of the first smallmouth we've seen today, Tommy, that is on par with last year's size smallmouth. That's a good sign for him.
A little smaller.
You could find a group of them, Tommy, that are full of bait fish and fed up. And if he does that, he could get right in a hurry.
He's up to 6th place with that 4.5.
Oh, we talked about fantasy with that guy. I'm sure he was the pick of the week.
Yeah. And making me wonder, like I said, pick him, and I didn't pick him. I don't know why I say things and I don't do them. I should just do them.
I'm not smart that way. Jacob Foutz, though still on top. JT Tompkins having a great day, moving up ahead of Seth Feider, now in 3rd place. Lee Livesey, Robert G., Przekurat, Logan, New, Lester, and I missed number 10, but we'll get that for you when we come back. Bassmaster Elite Series. This is number 8 of 9 events for the year 2024. The Tackle Warehouse. Bassmaster Elite, a fantastic, honored, revered Lake Champlain up here, this giant body of water, which spent a little tiny bit of time as a great lake, but now it's not one, but it's still great. We'll explain that more as we go along. There's our leaderboard per Bass Track. Jacob Foutz having a great day. The first man really jumped out there past 20 pounds quickly on that day. Jay Przekurat up into 2nd place now. Jay catching him steady here. Wes Logan made a big move. Tompkins, Seth Feider. We've seen some great stuff from Seth Feider today. Lee Livesey, Robert G., Drew Cook, Brian New, and Kyle Norsetter rounding out our top 10 there. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And Ronnie, I like the guys we landed on today. It's always a crapshoot the first day. We don't know who to be with, but we
For
guess.
sure. You try to follow the storylines and history a little bit, things of that sort. But you mentioned it, and that's something that we'll keep an eye on all week. This isn't technically a Great Lake, but it is superlative-wise. What a fantastic playing field. One of the best, if not the best, tournament bass fishing lake in the country. The fact you can go shallow for largemouth and go right back out and catch smallmouth and weigh equal weight of both species, that makes this place so special.
Well, why don't we take this opportunity to rope in our colleague, the Bassmaster's fantastic MC, and so much more, the great Dave Mercer. And Dave, we spend a lot of time explaining to people who don't know why this is such a revered place, why this is a true Mecca, bucket list place. Why is Lake Champlain so highly regarded by bass fishermen at all levels?
Well, first of all, I'm going to point out the obvious. I mean, I've spent a lot of this year, guys, whining about it being hot and miserable. It is what I would consider glorious today. I mean, it is beautiful. It literally, weirdly enough, you see a lot of the northern anglers that come to Palatka when we kick things off in Florida and stuff, and they've got like an extra pep in their step because they're like, I'm wearing shorts and flip-flops. Life is good. Well, in Southern anglers, and I didn't even know this was a term before I started working for Bass, but they get excited for hoodie weather, and it is definitely hoodie weather. So it is a glorious, glorious day here. But Tommy, the reason that this body of water is as special as it is literally just, it's an aquarium. I mean, it's the best way to explain it. When you pull into areas like, you think of the most lush, most beautiful vegetation you've ever seen. That's what every bay here has. It is just truly amazing, and it's so rare to have a fishery be world-class on both ends of the spectrum. I mean, largemouth and smallmouth. I mean, you could shoot television shows on this lake, and it would look like 3 different lakes just by the area. You go to Ticonderoga, it looks totally different than obviously the inland sea, but it is everything you want. I mean, you know, when you have an aquarium, you know, when you're a kid and you don't take care of it and it's overgrown with algae and all sorts of stuff, that looks horrible in an aquarium, but that looks great on a body of water, and that's what makes these fish so healthy and so incredible. This is truly one of the two-way fisheries, both largemouth and smallmouth, world-class in both departments.
Yeah, let's talk about largemouth. Did you see that catch from Seth Feider a little bit earlier, Dave Mercer? How about that?
I did, and Feider, this is, I mean, his track record here on Champlain is incredible, and this is the way you want to see Seth Feider fish, and it's really cool. I mean, he's in a situation where he has had an uncharacteristically tough year. He said, you know, these Northern Opens he's fishing, he is swinging for it, and how awesome would it be to see him get his first full field Elite Series victory right here in Champlain, and not a shocker. I mean, Ronnie Moore will tell you there's a whole bunch of stats that Seth Feider has around him, and a lot of them are circled around Big Bass, and they came from this very body of water, Lake Champlain. Here and Cayuga have got to be, you know, you think of him as a Minnesota guy, but you think of Cayuga, you think of Champlain, and you think of Seth Feider.
Dave, how hard is it for guys like Brian Schmidt and Seth Feider to play the largemouth and smallmouth game so well? Oftentimes, it seems like guys have to commit to one thing or another. When they try to ride 2 different game plans, they mess themselves up. But those 2 guys seemingly do it the best at this body of water year in and year out.
I think it goes down to one thing: experience. They're used to doing it. They have balanced it. It's similar to what we see happen with the Johnsons, you know, in the Thousand Islands. They have ridden that type wire so many times. They know how, you know, everything doesn't have to go right all day long. It just has to be certain moments. And I just think that it's through experience, them knowing to make that move. But last year, I mean, we saw what happened with Kyoya. Those inland sea fish, if you're competing against somebody and that bite is dominant, it's tough to compete against them. But this year, and I've heard you guys talk about it, you are hearing a little bit extra excitement from some of our anglers because it's been a while, but it feels like this could be one of those big largemouth events. We're going to see a lot of smallmouth, but this is Champlain was all dominated by largemouth for a lot of years. You do smallmouth to you know, be safe and get a check. But largemouth used to dominate this body of water, and things are lining up. And who wouldn't want to see, you know, Seth Feider pull it off?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's about, we're all waiting.
Yeah, absolutely. One more name to drop on you, Dave, here. Jay Przekurat. We talk about the Johnsons, how dominant the last 6 years they've been. Jay Przekurat, in about 3 years' time, has kind of stepped it up to that level, has he not?
Yeah, I mean, it is incredible to watch Jay Przekurat. I mean, he is we've talked about it a lot. I mean, it's like he has no pulse. He is just so calm. I mean, the only time I've ever seen him excited is when his camera person fell in the water just a few events ago when we were on Wheeler, I guess. His camera person got a little bit of a heat stroke, and Jay said that, like, he just heard a splash and he fell. But the weird thing is, and I've tried this, like, Jay Przekurat, you know, a good-looking young man, but you don't get a big smile out of him all the time. You just say, tell me about your camera guy, and he cannot. I mean, he's evil, really. I mean, he loves that, but he has been evil on the standings, and you got to think, we're going from here. You look what he's done these last number of events. We're going from here to a body of water where he won his first Elite Series event and beat Corey Johnston to become the first angler to join the Century Club with smallmouth bass. But that happens all the time now, you know. Patrick Walters, who people used to say couldn't catch smallmouth bass, weighed in 105 last year. So, I mean, it's Jay Przekurat is as good as they get. I mean, his dad, and I think the lesson with Jay that really stands out to me is just he was bred for this. Again, to use a stereotype with the Johnstons, we talk about Lynn Johnston's history and how his boys grew up around it. They just know how to be a tournament angler. And Jason Przekurat, an incredibly accomplished walleye pro, Jay said, I don't want to have anything to do with those toothy critters, but he definitely has that flat line, no pulse, ability, and that's what we've literally seen. You look at Bass Fishing Hall of Fame's coming up in just a few weeks, where Mark Zona and of course Mike McInnes get inducted. But if you look at all the Hall of Fame anglers, that, you know, truly have made an impact in the sport, that's what they got. The only exception to the rule we have a camera with today, and that's the Spaz, Mike Iaconelli. When you think about it, like, you look at all those Hall of Fame anglers, they're very calm, cool, and connected. And then there's Iaconelli, I don't think he's been connected to reality for a long time, guys.
Great stuff, Dave. As always, you have set him up and knocked him down. As always, the great Dave Mercer will be here at noon Eastern Time with his on-location coverage, so we definitely look forward to that. A whole hour on location.
Guest was Jimmy Hoffa. I think, didn't Ike say that earlier?
Yeah,
that Mercer's guest is Jimmy Hoffa.
I don't think that's what. No, that was a different sort of reference there. Speaking of Jay Przekurat, hottest man in bass fishing at this particular point in time, at this second week of August 2024. Sitting in third place currently, according to Bass Track. It was a no-brainer putting a camera on him today.
Yeah, to see the streak that he's on, and to also hear a few events ago, or I guess the last event, when I talked to Trey McKinney and he said, you know, I may not be in the AOI lead, but where is Jay Przekurat at? And he didn't ask about all the other people. Jay is down in 7th place, and he was asking where Jay was because of these last two. So he knows that the other guys can beat him, but that's a killer. And it doesn't matter if it's a Highland Lake, Florida, it seems, Dirty River, or smallmouth fishing. Jay Przekurat's calm, cool, collected, and can do it all.
Yeah, beware that flatliner. He'll flatten you if you don't watch out. Jay's got about 18.5 pounds, unofficially. That is the limit for the better part of an hour now. Great Classic as well. We haven't even talked about that. 4th place at the Classic.
A little bit of mic issues with him, but this could be another one of those quality, close to 4-pound fish, possibly.
Any hurry with this one? As we say, got his limit. Looking to upgrade.
Oh, he took down that bigger Z2. You think it's like a little bit bigger, or like too big for, you know, smallmouth fishing, but sucked it home.
That's the one thing that's hard for largemouth fishermen to compete with is the number. Like if the smallmouth are overall lighter than they have been in past years, Tommy, that's one thing. But the amount of bites you're going to get smallmouth fishing, you can find the right pod eventually and get your way up to it. There's plenty of options out there, shots on goal. Whereas when you're largemouth fishing, you may not get as many bites, but you could catch a 5-10, and so that's the balance. And we are seeing Feider catch a lot of numbers at times. This is also a place that might be unpressured by elite anglers this week.
Yeah.
That makes a difference. As we get on to day 2 and day 3 and day 4, it could get harder if he is pressuring it or other people come in there to pressure it. So that's the thing you have to know. Are you fishing for fresh fish if they're largemouth, or you have numbers if they're smallmouth?
You got to wonder what other guys in our top 10, Wes Logan, Lee Livesey, Drew Cook, those kind of guys, where they're targeting.
Yeah.
Be interesting.
Lester as well. There's a couple of those guys you mentioned, Such. I don't know if they are smallmouth or if they're mixed bags or if they're largemouth. They could be
either and or.
Yes.
And all.
I don't know. I don't think he was tiny. I don't think he was a giant either, though. It was a nice little 3-pounder. He ain't biting again. I never touched him. And just like the perfect amount of slack in my line when I set the hook to just pull it out of his mouth and not hook him. Live action.
You saying Drew Cook could be bed fishing, Ronnie?
I didn't say that.
What?
He could be bed fishing for smallmouth maybe, but I'd expect that to be done with by now.
Let's get back to Mike Iaconelli.
Reports from the water, we only have about half of our field with marshals, but report is that Cody Huff has about 17 pounds out there. So another name in our Angler of the Year race that could be in a good position after today.
McKinney is now tied for 11th, so he's regained his lead. Hamner needs to catch him.
As big as I thought, but he's long, but he's not heavy. I thought it was bigger. That's not even a 3-pounder. That's a high 2, but that's 4. Every fish we get in the box is more confidence for largemouth fish.
Always gives us the tease that he's going for largemouth later, so we'll be with him all day long, so we will get to see how that works out. One more to a limit now for Mike Iaconelli.
Ronnie, another AOY competitor, Tommy John Garrett, his 5 fish just came in. He's in 10th place in this event with about 17 pounds.
Wow.
He said to me after Smith, he said, now that the door is open, Rookie of the Year is on the table, and I'm going to push Trey these last 2 events. I'm going
It's only
to.
18 back of him.
Yeah,
And the rookie started 42 back of Hamner.
John figures, just like we all think, if he gets close in that Rookie of the Year, he'll be close in the Angler of the Year as well. So tackle one small goal to maybe achieve a bigger one.
Right now, Garrett's 10th and McKinney's tied for 12th. He's gained 3 points on him. Like you said, it's going to remain a mystery. There's so many guys without bass track that they could just jump in between and move anglers like McKinney way further down.
Mike Iaconelli from neighboring New Jersey, long history fishing here, the pro and the amateur level. Better one.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's a 4 1/4. That's the kind we need, guys. Been a tough morning. Doing something that I'm not good at. Stay the course. Trust your gut. Big smallmouth. That's the kind we'll need right there, guys. We basically have 2 fish. We have 5, but we have 2. If that makes any sense.
A limit for Ike, but like he says, 2 keepers that he wants to take to weigh in. Tommy, now he's got plenty of time to cull those other 3 out.
Absolutely, and it may include some largemouth fishing. I don't know, he may be onto something out here though as well. Mike Iaconelli with an upturn, an uptick here, more than halfway through our morning here. But Jacob Foutz still the man on top. Seth Feider, man, he keeps going up. Second place right now, Jay Przekurat, Wes Logan, and JT Tompkins in our top 5. And John Garrett, as was mentioned a few minutes ago, moving up into the top 10, along with Drew Cook, Brian New.
Cody Huff will be in there somewhere.
Cody Huff, expected to go up there when all that gets in and registers. We got lots of things happening here on Champlain. Be right back. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. And a great morning so far. The 7 hours of Bassmaster Live coverage we are bringing you today. Day 1 of 4 days of fishing at the next to last stop of the year here for the Bassmaster Elite Series. The year is slipping away from us, but boy, we are being entertained here. How about a man who has won every big title with the Bassmasters that there are to win? Nation champion,
did
classic.
not win a college championship, Tommy.
Oh, well,
that's
okay.
the only thing that Iaconelli has not won.
He won a kayak.
One around yet.
He did win a kayak.
Angler of the Year Classic.
Big one.
Nation.
Big. Oh my gosh.
He was proud of that kayak win, too.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Just came off. You know, it's nothing you could do, you know, but I'm happy I'm getting some bites now. You know, when that happens, like I said,
a lot of thrills. This guy's giving us through the
good times, though,
Yeah,
Tommy.
the good comes with the
razor
bad.
blade.
You
Put
remember
your
the
bait
good
on.
times up here in the Northeast for Mike Iaconelli. How about in his home area, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, basically fishing, urban fishing all the way at that one right there. The Delaware River and Mike Iaconelli. Huge crowd come out to see their hometown favorite get it done, and boy, he did. Fishing Main River, fishing over by the airport, fishing a key feeder creek. Really fascinating to watch him pick this place apart.
Absolutely, Tommy, and to see the crowd, look at the crowd in Philadelphia there for the Delaware River. Special to go to places that we've never been to before, and that was one special place. Tough fishing, but sometimes we need some tough fishing to really just put in perspective how good some of these other lakes have put out fish. And same thing with when you see smallmouth over and over and over again at Champlain, when you're gifted with a 5-pound, 10-ounce largemouth, it makes it seem like even better.
Oh,
you know, like if it's not something we see all the time.
We celebrate that. Hooked up again, had a good one come off.
Good one.
A moment ago. Good one, 4+ a little while ago, put him in the top 30.
Why'd you do that?
and rounded out his limit.
It's not as good as I thought. Get rid of that real little one now. That ain't gonna help, but I got a first call of the day anyway. Maybe not. Thought there was one little one. Yeah, this one.
Can afford an upgrade, it looks like there for Mike Iaconelli. Not a huge one, but he's kind of got things rolling a little bit here. Seth Feider's got things rolling today. That is indisputable. Still has the Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day, 5'10".
I think that one's gonna hold up for a while.
His last fish at 3.5 got him to 18.11 on Bass Track. Cut Jacob Foutz's lead to under 2 pounds, but then Foutz called up half a pound.
I don't know how we're gonna make this work though.
Oh, we got a head scratcher here.
I don't think he's real big. He'd be going nuts if he was.
Oh, dang, that's deep there.
Oh, I guess he ran with it a ways too.
Goes to show you, Tommy, how deep it is when we see Seth Feider flip in there and catch a big one, and it only dropped about a foot. That it's not
hazards of pine trees.
You know, super shallow there. Those fish are maybe hanging tight in the tops of the trees, and it just shows you how
locked up. And he took a little line, and then I don't know.
Hours.
I'm like so far away from my bait, though. I'm never gonna be able to. Probably gonna end up having to break them off. To be honest with you. Damn it. Oh, something moved. Oh, he's still on there. He's for so much stuff. He's still on there.
Now, if this is a 5-pounder, Tommy, it's his to lose this tournament. Because that would be a gift.
Yeah, that would be.
He's just down too much. Did he jack my reel up? I can't disengage my reel. What's going on? What is going on? Why is this not letting line out? Buried in too much? I think I jacked my reel up. There, mine. I don't think we're getting him back. He's still freaking on too. I don't think he's that big though. If he was big, I think he'd be going nuts. Like there's no way I'm getting him out of there. It's like literally through the middle of a Christmas tree.
Maybe a lost cause, Seth, aware the time is wasting when he knows what's living around there, based on what we've seen already.
Get the guides out. Like
what we saw.
We'll come back and get that
40 minutes ago was this. Yeah, we're back on that one later.
Come here.
Tommy, Seth Feider said, I will indeed keep largemouth honest today. We see a few smallmouth to go into the boat, and then he goes and changes gears, and a few largemouth in his day, and it's a 5 3/4, maybe a 6 pounder.
Mitchie, are you liking this?
He just kind of does this for us almost every time we come to Champlain. That is so good.
On the year and the tournament where smallmouth might be leaner than normal, Tommy, a largemouth of that size goes a long way, and you see at 5'10" on Bass Track, 8:48. I'd have to bet that Fish 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all largemouth. That fish 1 probably a smallmouth before he changed gears.
Yeah, coming into this tournament, 65th place, Progressive Angler of the Year points, needing to do well today, and so he is. Up to second, as it says right there, and that means it is our Mercury move of the day, Seth Feider. Really improving his position.
Yeah, and honestly, Tommy, when you think about going into the Alabama swing with 4 events left, being 93rd in points didn't bode well for him. But if he's 65th, let's just say he gets a top 15 this week, he's probably going to be, what do you say, Such, 52nd? Probably going to move up.
Right now he's 45th, so yeah, he could be in the low 50s.
52nd probably in points. Need to move up to 43rd, 42nd next week. Like, still very doable.
Yeah. Again, he's got 2 second places here, and he's in second right now.
You probably use another one with. He's got 319 points, Ronnie, and the mark is about 490 in that range.
Yeah, 500.
That's 2 good tournaments.
On a given
year.
He
needs 18th place in 2 tournaments. So if he gets a second,
so a second
fifth today,
in the top 25. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Justin Hamner, been a brutally slow start for him. First 3 hours of this day number 1. He's in 61st place.
You see, not far from Mike Iaconelli, Scott Martin, another guy who's having a very difficult season. But he's in the Classic because of his Opens win.
Knocked it out early.
But you don't want to mess around with the requalification. And you would never want to say that with Scott Martin's name. But his first 3 years in the Elite Series, Tommy, he was either the last man in the Classic or the first man out of the Classic. So not middle of the pack finishes, but 39 to 44 in points. So if that's your average overall, and then you get into the mid-90s for points, that is not what you want, because that'll plummet your average. And so he still has plenty to fight for in these last 2 events as well.
Yeah, his Open win does not help him in that other
staying
department.
On the elites. No. You would want to stay away from that line. Now, next year would be, I believe, Scott's 5th year, 21, 22, 23, 24, 20. So it would be his 5th year. He would then be able to drop his worst year. So you survive a tough year. Maybe you drop your 80th if that's your worst AOI finish, and then your average rises back up to what your standards are.
A lot of our 101 guys doing that sort of arithmetic in their heads, different versions of it. During the course of this week, every tournament counts the same, but they sure seem a lot more urgent.
Trey
when we
McKinney
get
in
down
our
to the
top
last
10.
2 of the year. Hey, Such?
Trey McKinney just jumped into our top 10 with a 4-pounder.
There we go.
It's got the famous Rick Moore, no relation to me, but he is one of our super marshals. Seemingly at half of our elite events every year. Rick is riding with Trey, getting to watch the show today.
And we have a lot of anglers without marshals, too. So what we're seeing is a sample. A sample of what's going on out there. We're not getting the full story, and won't get the full story until weigh-in time. That's coming up much later today, 3 o'clock Eastern time, right here on Bassmaster.com. Dave Mercer will preside over that, but we got plenty more fishing in the meantime. Break away and come right back.
In recent history, I've only been here one other time. This time around, these smallmouth are doing something different, which to me is kind of surprising. You know, we're in a similar time of the year. We're in August, we're in summertime. You know, they should be, same seasonal patterns, but I believe Lake Champlain is so good. Fish just live on everything in this lake, and you can almost catch a fish on any piece of structure in Lake Champlain. That's the really cool part about it. Wherever you set your boat down, on places that look like they're gonna have bass, they generally do.
Przekurat currently in 2nd place. Excuse me, 3rd place right now. In the standings. Man on fire in terms of finishes over the last month. Or we'll say
Skeeter Boats big fish alert.
We got a silent big fish alert there.
Very silent.
We didn't get the
Chris Alden, 4.5 pounder.
All right.
Brandon Lester also has a 4.5 pounder. They're both tied for 4th right now.
Oh my goodness. Things are popping out there. Let's get out to Jay Przekurat live. Jay with about 18.5 pounds.
Quietly.
Yeah, well, as always.
Really only like 1 or 2 to boast of, but everything else just real solid. this one will help. Maybe so. He says it will help.
There's some jumping fish out here, man. Fish jumping. I think it'll help. So deceiving.
Got to be a 3 1/4 to help.
Yeah, I hope so. It's between 1 and 2.
Przekurat.
Whoa.
Wow, what's going on here?
Is this the Olympic rowing competition?
I don't know. It's the Voyageurs or something. Right, dapper.
Wait, we don't have a
leader
Bassmaster kayak event this week, do we? Not here at Champlain, right? No shot.
That's some good stuff going on. This is Seth Feider. This is all from Seth Feider's boat, right?
Yeah.
Is that, okay.
Well, guys, we just saw Przekurat try to upgrade there, and he has been so steady, not only today on Champlain, but this season overall. That's why he's in the race for Progressive Angler of the Year. And at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to highlight his hot start to the year, his streak that he's on currently, and why he is one that you should consider for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. If you didn't pick him this week, no doubt in consideration for next week, because his last 4 B.A.S.S. events, this is Elites and Opens, he was 5th at Murray back in May. Then we go 6th at Wheeler, 3rd at Smith in that 2-event in 3-week stretch in Alabama in June. And then St. Clair last month winning the Open. Now he is seemingly double qualified for the Classic. Keeping the streak going here at Champlain would be huge for him. And also being about 46 points behind Justin Hamner coming into this event in Angler of the Year. If he pulls off a top 10 today and Hamner's maybe around that cut line in 50th, Tommy, that is the point differential that he would need to be in the AOY race. And I would just say there's a lot of scary guys. The Johnston brothers are in the top 10 in points race. Przekurat as well. Hey, Justin Hamner got a top 5 last year at the St. Lawrence. But going into the last event of the season for Angler of the Year, with this guy being close in contention, coming off of this hot streak and carrying it through Champlain, he would be a scary, scary guy. So if you're picking your team next week, he's going to be in bucket A. You're going to have to pick him amongst the Johnstons. You're going to have to leave somebody out who's very good at the St. Lawrence River. But it may be worth keeping him on your team next week.
You know what else about that guy? He's fished in 42, including Opens in his career. He's got a couple of finishes in the 70s, a couple in the 60s.
Yeah,
the rest of the time is pretty much cut city.
His floor is very high.
Yeah. He doesn't go bust very often.
Watching a little
Brian
bit of
Schmidt.
Brian Schmidt's electronics, about 14 and a half feet of water, 15 feet of water. We've been seeing him right outside the outskirts of some marinas, so it wouldn't be extremely deep, but I think you can see the bottom there with a little bit of grass growing up, definitely in some places. What can be hard about fishing around this is you could see those fish, but oftentimes there could be little holes that you don't pick up on your electronics that those fish are sitting in. So you kind of got to drop it to the grass and they'll come up for it.
Well, a guy who knows how to coax them out of grass would certainly be this guy. Ryan Schmidt.
Please be what I think. Please be what I think you are. It is a big one. We need this fish. Stay hooked up. Get out there, Mom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go. Old Big. Old Big showed up. I love this lake. God, I love this lake. Mwah! Ooh, boy. Skinny, but long. It's old fish right there. Let's see. I mean, a head.
Got to be 4.5, at least.
4 even.
4 even.
Wow.
It is skinny,
Skinny.
but brown or green, a 4-pounder is a 4-pounder, Tommy, and 4-pounders are going to be gold this week.
Gets him close to 18 pounds and in our top 10.
I think we have we seen him catch a smallmouth?
Yeah, he caught one early, I think. Did he not? I think he did.
He might be just like Feider. If they make one coal, they may have all largemouth right currently.
Right. You know, that was interesting. When the camera panned up from a low angle, you could see those clouds back there.
Well,
those are
ominous.
They are the outer bands of that hurricane.
Get some bites on, maybe not giant fish, but it was void of life, and that could have been some smallmouth on that particular spot. Now, what we're doing right now is we're running some places that I've caught fish in the past. That I have not fished this week. So what we're going to do, we're going to learn what we have today, if that makes any sense. So it feels like they are biting too. Like, I don't know how many we caught on that last spot. You know, granted, not all giants. There's a big one here, Bubba. There's a giant sitting down there. So we got a good start, okay? And the relief is they are on some of my stuff. I just could not fish it in practice, if that makes sense. It's, why didn't you bite? Why didn't you bite? Golly. We might have to come back to this later. I might have goofed this up. But buddy, there's a couple more here. So anyway, I'm happy. This is my favorite lake.
I don't think he goofed it up, Tommy. He's too good at Champlain to goof it up.
Hunter
Now it's
Shryock.
Now it's a smallmouth. But anyway, this is my favorite lake in the world. We're gonna have fun today. Catch a lot of fish, we hope, and hopefully they weigh enough to where it's a solid start. But like I said, we really don't know truly what we have, as weird as that sounds. But we will at the end of the day. got all
Sneak
goofed up
trees.
here. I saw some more there, so we might not get them to bite right now, but we know where you live.
Top 10 shaken up. Kyle Patrick up to 4th place. Said Hunter Shryock is in 7th.
You know, Tommy,
I think I'm on that good one.
if I'm going to make the mistake of not picking Jay Przekurat, at least the guy I pick has to do well, and that's Kyle Patrick. So that's a little bit of relief, you know, that I didn't
picked
completely
Foutz,
flub
Ronnie.
up. Hey, that's a good pick.
I had to go with low percentage in here. I think
A little chalk too, because he got a top 10 last
That's
year.
right.
But I'm not gonna hate on you for that.
Yeah. Looking tree.
I think I do have a Schmidt and I do have a Feider as well, so it's good.
Look who he was in with though in the Group A.
Oh, I know.
So he's low
You get the
percentage.
Johnsons and Przekurat. And
You got Schmidt and Feider on your
Hamner.
fantasy team. All right.
This
Not just to drain the lake.
This is where I finally beat the people who haven't set their roster in 3 weeks. I'm finally gonna pass them.
Hey.
Yeah, me too, maybe.
That will be. Well, the largemouth bass. That was the big question. It's going to be all smallmouth, largemouth. What are the largemouth even going to show up here? We've had some largemouth show up here today.
As soon as we see the nation results and a lot of greenfish at the weigh-ins, you can think, hey, there's going to be some guys that stick out, like Schmidt, like Feider, maybe like a Livesey. He's had a good practice as well.
Why
He
not?
may show up at some point on the standings too.
And don't forget, we got a lot of anglers without marshals, sans marshals, so we will get an even better idea come weigh-in time. And if we pick up anything in the meantime, we'll pass it on to you for sure. That's Feider. Still hanging on to that Phoenix Boats big bass leader for today. Hanging in there in 2nd place behind Foutz, Jay Przekurat, man.
Hey, we got to remember Lester's had a top 10 here as well before.
Lester's done well here and also at St. Lawrence, so he knows.
Here comes
how to
Joey
navigate
Cifuentes,
around.
2nd place, almost 19 pounds.
How about that? Wow. Lots of developments going on out there. It's getting better and better as we go through the morning. We'll be right back to Lake Champlain. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite coming to you from Lake Champlain. Bassmaster Live today in our live coverage presented by Skeeter. Great pictures of one of the most revered fishing spots, bass fishing spots anyway, on the face of the earth right here on everyone's bucket list. Our TH Marine Weather Watch, well, just perfect, absolutely perfect today. 80 degrees, 66 degrees tonight, so it'll be a little warmer tonight than it was last night. Chance of rain 20% today. Today is not the problem.
Did you say 66? It was a little warmer than it was last night?
Yeah.
Golly.
It was down in 50s last night.
Man.
Come on.
What is the 50s?
Storms are coming.
Little Rock.
Storms are coming, that's right. You can see those outer bands of Hurricane Debbie finally making their way up into this part of the Northeast, and that will affect tomorrow's weather suits. We should have lots of rain.
Supposed to start raining tonight around 7. It's actually moved up the thunderstorms instead of in the daytime tomorrow, or like overnight from midnight to 5 a.m. right now. And then the rest of the day tomorrow just says rain, showers, no thunderstorms.
That's a good thing. Hopefully the wind won't get too out of control here, because the wind is, depending on the direction, as you pointed out earlier today, Ronnie, that the wind can certainly be a setback.
By noon, it's supposed to build south-southeast to 11 miles an hour tomorrow.
Not the right direction.
Plattsburgh.
We'll have to. I have to look at Wind Finder. That's the only wind deal I trust for the north, because that is, yeah. The difference in 11 and 20 is massive on Champlain, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Been a little while since we've seen Justin Atkins. He had a quicker start this morning.
And he kind of tapered off a little bit. Got a limit.
Mentioned Cifuentes getting up in our top 10. Matt Robertson, 19.5 pounds, 2nd place.
Hey, he was our lone
Jacobson
New
in
York
ninth
guy
place.
last year. Remember, Tommy? Everyone was in the inland sea in Vermont, and he was in New York.
laying back a little bit.
About 2/3 of our field have reported fish on Bass Track. John Cox in 11th. He's up near Canada, Missisquoi area.
Three-pounder.
Going to be kind of a close one on the upgrade value of this fish. Yep. He's going to make it. A few ounces gained for Justin Atkins.
I mean, if I was a turkey, I'd be dead.
Just for success over there.
Is he pimping? Oh, he's ready to go. He's ready to jump on the bank. Find a gobbler.
Brian Schmidt on the move.
See, Hamner just missed one. He has one fish.
Hard to believe.
Surprised the ones I've missed, I haven't been able to go back and get the bite again. I kind of thought they were dumb enough that that was going to happen. He's probably just a little rat. Wow, like I didn't even hook him. I feel like he would jump on my stuff again, but maybe not. He's deep up there. This is unreal. Just getting canoed up.
Last year on day one, we had 17 bags topping 20 pounds. Right now, we have one on Bass Track. Think we'll have a handful or more?
I definitely. If we have 58 without marshals, which means we can still have people putting in their own fish, but 58 without marshals, and we have this many
well, I would love to
bags
catch
over
like
18 pounds right now. Yeah, I'd say top 10's all 20 pounds for sure.
And on day two
give us your
year,
number.
We
Top,
clear?
over 20. 15. I'm going to go 15.
15?
I'm going to go extravagant.
Can you
as good as
smoke on
last
4
year.
boxes?
17 last
I know,
year.
17
No.
last year.
Lame. Oh, dude, I just drove over another tree. Dude, I really got to start watching this thing. I keep saying that. It's like the 9th time I've said that.
There's 64 guys
I'll go,
who have fish on Bass Track right now, Ronnie.
I'll go 12. I think that the fish being lighter for smallmouth won't necessarily on the surface impact the top weights, but the cut weight. I think the cut weight will be lower than last year's cut weight for sure.
Yeah.
But I think the top guys, because we may see 4 smallmouth, 1 largemouth for some of those guys, or all largemouth, I think that that's an X factor that raises the 20 opportunity for sure. So 15 for Tommy and 12 for me.
Yep.
I'm going to split the difference.
don't
I get 2
price
numbers
is
in there.
right
Well, I'm not
me.
going to go lower because I think a guy like John Cox just caught a 4.4. He's up to 19.11, and he's in 3rd place.
Sheesh.
So he could be a little bit low. So there's Tommy's fist pumping there. Must be his fantasy pick.
Cox, yes, absolutely.
Did you just say 1911 was 3rd place?
Yeah, because Greg DePalma just got to 22 even.
22 even for GDP.
Wow.
4.8. Everything else, he's got a 5.0, 4.8, 4.7, and 2 4s.
Wow. I think looking at the top 5 right now, GDP is probably all smallmouth, just by guesstimations and looking. I may be wrong, and Marshall's, if he does have a Marshall, may have some photos online. I would expect GDP to be all smallmouth, Foutz to be all smallmouth, Cox to be largemouth.
Yeah. All.
I wouldn't put it past him to maybe have a smallmouth, but I would expect all largemouth. Robertson, Cifuentes, all smallmouth. And then I'd expect Feider to be all largemouth at the end of the day.
Przekurat, you know, Patrick, I'm sure.
I mean, the only thing that I think, if Feider caught a 4 to 4.5 pound largemouth right now, we may see him stop. You know, you catch a 6, a 4, and a 4.5, I'd see him stopping, you know. Especially with his statement he just said, I've missed a few and I haven't got them to bite again, which is shocking because those northern fish, when they are unpressured, like you could have 4 or 5 opportunities at the same fish because they just are eager to bite.
Yeah.
But if that's not happening for him, he may get out of there.
What, the Nation, what was it, 2 to 3 weeks ago, and they had a number of all largemouth over 20 pounds, 24-pound bag on all largemouth. In the winter, Mark Burgess had a couple 22-pound bags, and it was all largemouth.
Yeah,
3 days.
Mean, Frankie, we talked about him on the live well, 24 plus on day 1, all largemouth.
Right.
But then you look at the 3-day wait, Such, and it was only 21 a day to win. So.
But one here last year, a little bit more.
I know.
I mean,
cleaner grass.
21.5 last year.
This is short grass out here. And then there's some thicker patches.
Drop
now
it
you
right
fouled
there.
it. Why
Look
didn't
at
you
him.
bite it?
20 feet away, 17 to 20 feet away.
But yeah, like
right above that grass.
just trying to hunt, you know, where a bigger fish might, you know, like to get. Let it be a smallmouth or a largemouth, just something a little different. You know, you got this huge lake, you need something different, I think, to hold a big fish. So that's what we're running, just places that I've caught some in the past, haven't fished at all in practice. You know, I know fish like to live in these areas type thing, and just seeing what it has in store. We got a decent little start. Where we're fishing, we could catch a really big fish. I've done it before, but that's all we're doing. We're hunting individual bigger fish. I couldn't really get that, you know, B.A.S.S scoping going, you know, for quality. And pretty enthused with the start so far we've had. Hopefully we can keep it going.
Good perspective from there. We saw that 1 4-pound catch come with a lot thicker grass. We had that short grass. You could see those little fireballs of bass around, but then you'd see when he turned, Tommy, a little higher clump here and there, and maybe that's what will hold a better than average fish for him.
Brian holding off on fishing his largemouth all through practice. Saving it for today. We'll see how that strategy pays off. He's just outside the top 10 by a few spots. As it stands right now, New Jersey's Greg DePalma on top with 22 pounds even ahead of Jacob Foutz. And John Cox and Matt Robertson jumping up into our top 4. Cifuentes, Feider, Przekurat, Kyle Patrick, the New Yorker, Brandon Lester of Tennessee, and Chris Zaldane of Texas round out our top 10. We'll be right back. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite from Lake Champlain is sponsored by Mercury, by PowerPole, and by Progressive Insurance. Live coverage continuing here all the way to weigh-in time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Local time here in the great state of New York, Plattsburgh, New York, is where that weigh-in is going to take place. We have got our full field out there, which means 101 anglers trying to get something going on this stage and spend a lot of time with this man, former champion here, Brian Schmidt.
Keep it going.
Got pretty decent results through the course of the day. Very, very good fish in this place in particular.
It's like, sorry if I'm not explaining it good, but I'm kind of uh-oh. I think it's a largemouth. I think he's skinny. Come in. All head, no body. It's a good one though. Skinny, but I mean, what the heck? Oh, I was gonna say, I almost messed up right there. My scale was a ½ pound in the negative, saying a 3.5. That's a good fish.
I'll give him a few ounces there, replacing a 3-pound 4-ounce.
Yeah, which I think he may have. Oh, he's getting close to having all largemouth now.
Yeah.
I think when he caught that last 4-pounder, he culled a largemouth, which means he's, obviously working his way to making the smallmouth his smallest, but he's going to be getting closer to that mark.
Smallmouth.
Nope.
Catch a largemouth, catch a smallmouth. They're so strong, it's unbelievable.
Dude, the smaller they are, it seems like.
We have caught some fish.
Look, you gotta buy bulk in the base here. I did 2-pack, I think.
Came in 54th in AOI. He's trying to move on up and get inside that classic cut.
Yeah. Came in at 65th, as you say, Such, and doing what he needs to do on this day. A couple of top 15 finishes ought to do it.
54th. He's closer than.
Feider was 65th.
Oh, Feider
Yes,
was.
yeah,
That's right.
they were
He was
both,
54. Yeah. So he doesn't need to go.
This
quite
guy
that
was
low.
first. He's got one fish today and has fallen to 5th. Our AOI race has tightened up considerably.
Justin Hamner looking for keepers. Long way from a limit. Got to get things going here.
About time. Ah, stop. He didn't want to eat it. Still little. He ain't aggressive. That's for sure.
Got word from Schmidt's cameraman, John Scipione, that Schmidt does have 5 largemouth.
2.5.
Culled his one smallmouth out.
Yeah, he no longer has a brown one.
Przekurat hooked up. Przekurat got up as high as 2nd place today. He's back down about 8th or 9th as it stands now. Jay's smallest is a 3 1/4.
Give you a little update on our AOY race. We don't have everybody in there to push people down, but Jacob Foutz in second is now leading AOY with 658 points. Top 6 are within 27 points of each other right now. McKinney's second. He's like 19th. Przekurat's right there. Third. Tompkins, Hamner, John Garrett.
You might want to keep your eye on Przekurat in that race. Not going to make it.
Oh, and Chris Johnston is not on Bass Track, so there's another one in the mix.
Yeah, so that.
Nor is Cody Huff.
We may start to believe the dock talk about the skinnier smallmouth. We've seen some photos of some skinny smallmouth and catches today for sure that they're on the lighter side. But when you have this many guys, there's no way the anglers that have marshals are the only anglers catching them. Like if Przekurat's got 18 and a half and he's 8th, and Schmidt has 18 and he's 12th, you could put 3 or 4 more guys that aren't on there in that deal. And these weights may be close to last year's weights. Now last year, if we remember right, we fished day 1. Friday was postponed.
Right.
Because of the storm, and we had day 2 on Saturday, day 3 on Sunday, and championship Monday. They lost a day of practice for the St. Lawrence, and they only had 2 days of practice. So that could be a possibility again if tomorrow gets worse.
Exact same scenario. They would cut that day of practice for the St. Lawrence.
Meanwhile, in 2017, we had a 3-day event because of, I think it was maybe Saturday was the day that was going to be.
Yeah.
And 51 guys went out on the final day.
Yeah. Yes. Because I think Aaron came from like 19th or 17th to win.
Ruining my trivia.
Oh.
What? Let's take a look at the leaderboard as it stands now, knowing that we have some gaps in our coverage due to lack of marshals there. But Greg DePalma of New Jersey on top right now at 22 pounds. That is strong. Jacob Foutz keeping his strong season going in a big way on this day. John Cox recently moved up in there along with Matt Robertson, Lester, Cifuentes, Feider, Jay Przekurat, Robert G, and Kyle Patrick rounding out our top 10 on this day. Got the full field fishing today and tomorrow, shooting for 50 spots on what is proposed to be Saturday's final if we fish every day. Saturday's semifinals, I should say. Chris Aldane, Jacobson, Brian Schmidt.
Keep an eye on Bob Downey.
Yes.
I don't want to skip Hunter Shock, but Bob Downey trying to make the Classic. We've talked about this with only 8 elite events.
That'd be phenomenal.
At the end of the year, and so missing an event, he's 48th coming into the week. He could do. He's right there with 2 events left.
Leslie Gore moving into the top 20. There's Matt Airy and Trey McKinney. Ryan New and John Garrett. There's Matt Herron. Better result this time around. Coop Gallant, Alex Redwine, and Brandon Card. Take you down to the 40th spot there. Gerald Sindel. Taku Ito, the man in 40th position right now. Luke Palmer. A lot of people were looking for him to do well here. Still got time to get that done today. Pat Schlopper and Huff and Corey Johnston. 35th place as it stands right now. We got plenty more coverage going all the way to 3 o'clock, and that's when the weigh-in starts right here on Bassmaster.com.
Yes, sir.
We're going to step away here in the studio, the Bassmaster studio for a while. Live mix.
Oh, big.
We'll continue here on Bassmaster.com at 12 noon. Right after that, after an hour of that, Dave Mercer with some on-location coverage. Plattsburgh, New York, right there on Lake Champlain. So we've got a full day of it here today.
Oh, my God.
You're having a great Thursday. These guys seem intent on catching them all day long. That's what we'll hope for. Anyway, and we'll see you in a couple of hours with plenty of coverage between now and then right here on Bassmaster.com.
Flipping stick, boys. I don't think we got to put a call tag on him.
I'm just trying to speed the process up a little bit. See if we can't run into some. Without missing them like this one. I don't really have like one hill I want to live and die on, which can get you in a little bit of a tizzy sometimes because you're wanting to check so much stuff. But I had a few deeper places I saw and caught some. I didn't see none on today, so I don't feel like that's the program. They may just be out there floating in space, but I'm not going to do that. Let's look right on down through here. We got a little high spot and a gut that runs up through here. If we don't see none in that, then we may pull the plug. Well. Come on, baby, get it. All right, it's time for us to make like a smallmouth and leave.
Oh, fly, fly. We are out here to my backup stuff. Trying to get a little limit. I don't want it to be that little. The one I just caught was caught 2 in a row. They were tiny. I didn't even know they made them that small on this lake. I don't know. I ain't figured out what's going on with those shallow fish. But I wouldn't mind coming out here and getting a decent limit real quick and heading back up, because whenever they do fire, it's going to be good. Eat it. They're so little. They're tiny. Even these fish out here ain't found them like I have been. It's crazy, that whole area right there, there was 90 of the 100 guys last year. Now I don't even see a boat except for on the other side of the shoal.
flipper on them. Nice color on them.
Dude, you might get rid of that one.
I don't know.
I'd love to get rid of that one. Weird. Back and forth. Where's I'm like on the fish here. He helps. He gets rid of this skinny, which I was worried about.
Crazy just the amount of, the weight in the belly. Kind of relates to my belly, I think. Fat, skinny legs and fat belly.
All right, I feel a lot better. I mean, maybe an ounce, you know what I'm saying?
Oops, sorry.
You're good.
Didn't mean to.
But I was worried about that fish. So, dude, I was reeling it in, and I watched him shoot up, and I just dropped it. And he grabbed it. So, thank you, Live-Scope. I put the heat on him.
We weren't all born to fish, but the eagle was. With enhanced auto-tuning sonar, IPS screens, detailed charting, and an easy and reliable installation. Meet Eagle from Lowrance. Fish finding's about to get a whole lot easier.
Can Billy come out to play?
Yes! Woohoo!
The all-new Tacoma. Toyota. Let's go places.
FXR is synonymous with legendary quality. For over 25 years, FXR has been dedicated to creating cutting-edge power sports apparel. But after extensive research, development, and testing, FXR took on the challenge of the fishing industry. Now collaborating with some of the sport's most elite anglers, this has fueled the development of a new collection that not only looks good, but is also highly functional on the water. Experience the all-new FXR Pro Fish collection for yourself online at fxrracing.com or in person at a retailer near you.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
One look and you'll know. These fired-up next-gen machines are engineered like no other. Precision-tuned to excel under pressure, Vexus boats have revolutionized what quality, performance, innovation, and a true rough water ride can be. Check out the long list of advantages at VexusBoats.com. After all, some things turn your head, others ignite your soul.
sick of those deep voice industry buzzwords. Let's actually talk about something fun. Swim baits. The issue is it's intimidating for most anglers to gain confidence in throwing something this big. At Clutch Swim Bait Company, our social media posts, our videos, and our website is all dedicated to helping you, the angler, gain confidence in throwing these big baits. Beginner to advanced, we provide you the products and resources to help you catch more game-changing fish. If you'd like to take your swim bait fishing to the next level, check us out on social media or at clutchswimbaitco.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Don't give up.
Beautiful coastline, diverse waterways. It's a nature lover's dream. It's some of the best fishing in the country. It's New York State. Discover the possibilities. 7,500 lakes and ponds, 165 species of fish, and thousands of miles of coast to explore. Catch all the adventures waiting for you. Serenity or sport, it's easy to love New York. Plan your world-class fishing getaway at iloveny.com.
Forgot to tighten my drag. Dang it.
Don't forget to tighten the drag back. Might be able to get that other one though. I think that's gonna help us. Come on.
gosh.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Well, it's hard not to love New York with the incredible temperatures we are greeted with here today. What an event. The 8th stop of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series at Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. What an incredible body of water with everything on the line. Skeeter, the official boat of Bass, one of the official boats of Bass, and they're helping us out and bringing this live coverage to you off the water on Lake Champlain. An incredible playing field, bountifully full of both largemouth and smallmouth bass. This is the first of two back-to-back events in the great state of New York. First going to start on Champlain, and then next week, of course, finish it all up in beautiful Waddington, New York on the St. Lawrence River. But Lake Champlain, an incredible playing field, a history-rich venue. So many great moments have happened here. And speaking of history, Bass Fishing Hall of Famer, not that you are history,
I
but
am
Steve
history.
Bowman.
I'm history.
Gosh, how good does it feel? Hoodie weather. Didn't even know that was a
I'm
thing
wearing
until I met
hoodie
you
today.
guys.
It's awesome. But, I mean, you mentioned this. This is a historical lake. And if you were to ask bass anglers from 20 years ago, what's your favorite lake?
Yeah.
Champlain is going to be in that top three for every angler who's ever fished up here. We even had a moment of silence this morning for Aaron Marks because this was his de facto number one lake to come, and he won here. It's just one of these places, and today is showing us why. We got Gregory DePalma up there with 22 pounds, and I'm pretty sure that's smallmouth. But lurking behind there, and he says he's got 18, but he's got more, Seth Feider, and it's all largemouth. And he's doing it in an unconventional manner, or what we might call unconventional these days. But, I mean, we just see a Champlain that has something for everyone, and it shows out for everyone at some point in time. It's just incredible.
Two incredible fisheries to finish off this season. And our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Justin Hamner, also our classic champion, trying to join history and do something that only two other anglers have ever done, and that's win Angler of the Year and the classic title in the same year, left with a 24-point lead. He said he was nervous for the first time, but just nervous because he was excited to catch giant smallmouth. But let's get caught up with what's been going on. Steve Bowman, do you like the juice? I like the juice. Let's give him the juice with our Yamaha midday report. As I said, Justin Hamner was he said the first time this season I had trouble sleeping, but he said it wasn't because of the pressure. It was because he really believed he was going to put a topwater clinic on today.
I know it. And I talked to him about that this morning, and I'm surprised. I haven't kept up with him at all today. It's the first chance I've got to see any of the live footage. And he talked about crushing them on the topwater this morning. So, I mean, he's had to obviously adjust.
He has, from one Alabama Justin to another Alabama Justin, Justin Atkins. And, man, he has adjusted himself into being a threat every single time we come north. I mean, does great here, and I'll expect him to be in the mix next week on the St. Lawrence River.
And it's just so encouraging because Atkins struggled his first 2 years as an elite, and we knew he was better than that. And, he finally got his feet under him, and he's running like a champ now.
Justin Atkins, a former Bassmaster Open winner and also a former Forest Wood Cup champion.
And he's going to win one of these up north.
Has to.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's going to happen.
Multiple top threes.
Yeah, he's going.
Here's a guy that everybody loves to see, especially when it doesn't mean when we go north they love it, but they love to see him anywhere, and that is the one and only Mike Iaconelli. Have a camera with him all day long, and it didn't take him long to, blow the eardrums of all our viewers by screaming.
He's so much fun to watch.
Don't learn stuff to get started here.
I can only imagine what's fixing to happen.
I mean, you don't need to scream for bass. I mean, you expect to catch bass here.
Well, sure. But there are those different levels.
That's a high
there's a lot of cookie cutters. And it looks like he's catching them.
Oh, my God.
Cookie cutter. Oh, my goodness.
Smallmouth.
This is definitely not a fishery where you're struggling for bites. You're going to see big numbers. We didn't get to see Iaconelli scream. Here's a guy who doesn't do a lot of screaming, but he does his talking on the scales, and he's won here both in the Opens and the Bassmaster Elite Series. Brian Schmidt, you got to expect him to be in the mix the whole way through this moment.
No doubt. When you're around a bunch of bites, the places that he wins is where it is like a slugfest. Lacrosse. Bam, 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 bam. Here, bam, bam, bam. I mean, and he just figures out these little things that make big changes on the scales. I mean, and those big changes are ounces. We're not talking about pounds. He just understands how to get those extra few ounces that he needs to be in the money, be in the run, and eventually be on the top of the leaderboard.
Always a player, not just here, but literally if there is grass, Brian Schmidt is catching bass.
He's catching them. He's one of the most versatile anglers in the Elite Series.
I got to go with that. Yeah, he definitely is. A threat in Florida all the way up to New York.
Champlain.
But a guy who joined the Elite Series 3 years ago, and his parents on day number one said, we're not sure if he's ready, but you can't pass up this opportunity. I think it's official. He was ready.
He was
Przekurat. What an incredible young angler.
Oh, he is. Such a nice guy and consummate professional. I mean, he's. I've got some 50-year-old guys that I would like for him to teach how to be.
Who?
How to be laid back. I'm not. I mentioned Dave Mercer's one of them. No.
He could teach me a thing or two. Currently in 13th place with 18 pounds, 8 ounces. And we're going to the St. Lawrence. The track record that he's had, the last number of events. Wow, back-to-back cuts in Alabama. Like, he is. You got to start to think. I mean, Hamner, obviously nothing's official until
I know what
it's
you're
done.
saying.
But Hamner came in here with a 24-point lead, and if you let these guys slide in, Przekurat is a scary dude to open the door for.
No doubt. no doubt. And this guy's got ice in his veins. You know, he reminds me of a northern Jordan Lee.
Very good analogy. Very good analogy.
And then here's who I've been covering this morning. And it's just been such a wonderful change of pace. I mean, you know, you've seen everybody there with a spinning rod in their hand, but you got Seth there with, is that a smallmouth? Because I didn't see him catch a smallmouth.
He did. I believe he went in and out. I mean, he has self-admittedly been doing very little what he likes to term as bass fishing.
Right.
He says, every day I've been fun fishing. I haven't been able to largemouth fish. He says, I've been just focusing on getting good with forward-facing sonar because he is trying to play catch-up there. But, man, there's not a bass fishing fan in the world that doesn't want to see him in the mix come Sunday.
Right. And he's doing the John Murray, John Cox, Tommy Biffle, Denny Breyer thing.
Well, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
What is that thing?
But he's tied on a jig, and I saw flipping today. I'm talking about line in hand flipping, not just pitching.
It still happens.
It still happens. People still know how to do that.
It definitely happens, and Seth Feider putting on a show. Had a big finish just a few weeks ago at the Bassmaster Opens on Lake Champlain, but let's have a look. Not Lake Champlain, Lake St. Clair. We're on Lake Champlain this week.
Oh, man.
But you know what we're going to see a lot of this week? We're going to see a lot of fish catches, and this Humminbird Unlock the Lake gives you an idea of 3-pounders that we've seen already today, and we're just getting to noon on day number 1. There's a lot of 3-pound bass that swim on Lake Champlain.
There really are, in both colors, green and brown. They're just scattered everywhere. I mean, and it's just like they seem to. What these guys are looking for, in my estimation, when just talking to them, is the groups of them. You know, they're not, and when they get on a group, then they're all 3 pounds. You know, or some of them are 3.5, some 4 pounders, but they group up really good here. And from a fishing perspective, you like making the same cast over and over and over and getting bit over and over and over.
Wow, that a very good example of just how many 3-pounders we've seen on the water. But let's get out on the water with our current Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Justin Hamner. What a season he is having. Started it off by catching the biggest bass ever caught on Bass Live, backed it up with a classic title, and trying to make history here in these next 2 weeks and become the 3rd angler ever to win the Classic and Angler of the Year in one season.
Doesn't happen very often, for sure.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I thought they were little. That ain't little.
You know, that's a reason you come to Champlain too. The aerial acrobatics here are off the charts, just off the charts. There's an Olympic sport in fish aerobatics, I think. Just potential. Champlain would win the gold.
I'm sure the IOC's listening right now.
They should be. My goodness.
Yeah. Hamner currently in 56th place. So this is definitely going to help.
Pretty well.
Yeah, he needs to be in that top 25 range if he wants to hang on to his
very good call
lead. And it's kind of crazy to think that might be a precarious lead.
It's early. I have faith in him. Give him time.
Oh, he's such a natural-born catcher. He catches them everywhere, dude.
He does. And you're going to look at him and say an Alabama guy fishing in the north is a disadvantage. He said like you said, many guys' favorite lake. This is his favorite body of water.
Yeah. Right.
And he did very well in these 2 northern events last season.
Well, I used to hear that about Champlain before I came to Champlain, and they were like, I was like, oh, you just like it because the weather's so fantastic, and it really is.
Gosh, it is all
You're wearing a hoodie in August, but The unbelievable. You just don't understand until you get out there on a point or a hump or a grass line or whatever and just whack, 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 whack.
Well, that was a look at some of the anglers we have cameras with, but you see atop the leaderboard, and I imagine we'll have a camera with him tomorrow. Greg DePalma, 22 pounds even. Elite Series rookie Kyle Patrick, and boy, Jacob Foutz self-admittedly painted a target on his back in the offseason, and man, he has delivered this year.
He
Came
sure
into
has.
this event in the top 10 in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, going to get even more points, sitting in third place right now, out on the water live with Justin Hamner.
You know, one of the things that I saw in that list was the utter variety of things. Yeah, John Fantastic fish. And Seth Feider. And Justin Hamner are smoking them.
Why are you whispering?
I'm whispering because I don't want to scare
can't hear
the fish
you,
off.
Bowman.
I don't want him to come on.
Get in the boat. Ah.
Hey, caster on. Don't want to jerk bait. He's a little excited too.
This is what we want to see, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the Hamner family doesn't want to see this. They'd rather him just
they
go
want him to
blast
be
25
smoking.
pounds this morning. But
Please don't fall.
you want to see your eventual champion challenged.
Yeah.
And these northern events, sometimes people will say, act like they're a little bit easier just because you're going to catch a number of fish. But, man, you can catch them and still lose here.
I know it. That's going to happen to some of these folks. So we're focused on this tournament. You know, we're focused on this tournament and the AOY, the Rookie of the Year. But there's some guys that need to make the Classic. There's some guys who need to requalify, and they're going to catch them, and it's just not going to be enough, right? And that's heartbreaking.
Let's slide on over to a former Angler of the Year and Classic champion himself, Mike Iaconelli.
Uh-oh.
This moments ago.
You know, now we need 3 or 4 of those that are. Oh, God.
That was a
Dude, we started with smallmouth, went to the docks with. That's a 4-pounder, dude. Stay on there, please. God, stay on. Oh, please. Just like that, guys. Just like that. Boom, boom. Just like that. Boom, boom. Just like that. Boom, boom. Berkeley.
Is it
Accent General?
Was this what the?
In his face! God. Boy, we need the pliers for that one. You think they want that? You think they want that? They want that. 52 years old, 30 years next year, and I still got the shakes. I still got the shakes, man. I still got the shakes. I love it. I got the shakes. Oh, I love the shakes, man. Oh, God. Yeah. We got here. We didn't get here till 11, so
I think they
we
want
don't know
that,
what happened
Steve.
before we got
I
here,
think they
right?
do.
You never know. It's an uncontrollable, but just seems strange that we were getting bit on every dock, and then we get on a stretch, and it's, you know, we've caught a couple, but it's not good, you know. Just one right cast, you know. And that all seemed
So you know, you
seemed like it should have had fish on it, so I don't.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
we got
start
shade.
analyzing each dot.
You know, it's the main thing.
Yeah, there you go. Get shade.
Let me go up to this next one real quick. Save a little time.
It's got the shakes.
I get the shake sometimes, but I just eat a sandwich. You know.
Is this the bass fishing world proving to us. This is the fish god saying, just when you think you're going to roll into Champlain and everybody's going to be in the inland sea, there's still bass fishing in the world.
Yeah.
And
and here's one of them right here, and he's going to tout that all week. Trying to,
Oh yeah. Stay on.
So obviously he's really mixing it up. Going to the seat.
I think that'll help. It's kind of thin. I think it'll help though. Pull away one.
So Mercer, everybody that I talked to said largemouth will play.
You gotta get under you,
for 2 days.
Gotta be
But then
3.5,
after that,
dude.
I'm not so sure.
Gotta be.
Is that you've seen that before?
Yeah, we have. I think you just got more numbers of the smallmouth, but
3.5.
You're going to look at Feider and say he's a smallmouth guy, and everybody does because of what he did at Mille Lacs. There's no way he is more comfortable fishing than how he's fishing here this week.
Exactly. I remember covering him when he was a younger angler here on this lake. He finished second to Aaron Martin, and he had largemouth then.
Yeah.
And I was impressed by his ability to flip and pitch with a jig at that point in time. We haven't had one of those tournaments. I wondered if this would play when I started hearing the largemouth talk. If he would be doing some of the shit to know. Now he's throwing a 3 pound fish back right there. I think he's sandbagging.
You think he's sandbagging?
Nah, not him.
No. I'm saying Seth Feider's going to catch him all the way through to Sunday. I mean,
I do.
He's going to win one of these last 2 events.
Really? I'm taking it to the bank.
I believe it. You got to believe. But the guy atop the leaderboard, Greg De Palma, 22 pounds.
Yeah, good one. I'm going to go for the mixed bag game, but you can literally catch them in any part of this lake.
Yes. Not real big, but he's got to be pushing 3.5, I bet.
Honestly, I could see it going any of 3 ways. All smallmouth, all largemouth, or a mixed bag. I'm going to go for the mixed bag game, but I could see somebody committing to one or the other and being able to win this tournament. That's probably the first time in a while you've been able to say that, because it used to be a super largemouth dominant fishery a long time ago, and then in the last 5 years it's really become, a lot of that has to do with forward facing, but it's really become a smallmouth dominated place. But this year it seems like the largemouth are coming back a little bit, so it's pretty wide open right now.
Stay on, baby. Oh God, it's a giant, dude. Come here. Oh my God! Come on, a 6-pounder, boys. You like that, Garrett, don't you? Flipping stick, boys. I don't think we got to put a call tag on him. Come on. Mitchie, are you liking this? Okay. Hey, they won't eat my minnow, but they'll eat my bug. They'll eat my bug.
Bowman, are you liking this?
I'm loving it.
I'm loving
exactly the way I like to fish right there. And so many of us do. But Feider's so much fun to watch. It doesn't matter if he's throwing a spinning rod at smallmouth or, he's just a great personality. And in the same way that, in a different way than Iaconelli or some of the other guys. He's got persona. He plays to it.
Currently in 5th place, and this a look at his action earlier today. He has put on an absolute show as he said in that interview, it can go 3 different directions.
Right.
And he has done a masterful job here on day number 1.
Come on.
Right. And I know some of it is that we're up north and we're in his wheelhouse. Same kind of vegetation, same kind of fish. But you remember when he came on the scene, he always does it late in the year. You know, lacrosse, then Mille Lacs. That's when you named him the amazing fighter man.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, his life has changed since that lacrosse tournament. I remember, and I've told the story, I remember me and Overstreet idling out and looking at Seth and being like, we get to find if this dude's for real. Because if you don't catch him at home generally, it's tough to make it here. Well, he caught him, and really, he's caught him since.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he got his confidence under him there.
I think this one had it for a while. Luckily, it doesn't feel super huge at the moment. I got a bad feeling he's got it.
Huge.
Wait, I can see my bait. We might be all right. Bigger than I thought he was, too. He's fat. I think he's gonna call. Sticker.
If it didn't call.
Too. I think he had it for a minute, too. He got a little lump on his head. He's bigger than I think. I know he is.
Things definitely going the right way for Seth Feider here on day number 1.
Almost a 4-pounder, dude. We got 4 now.
Yeah. 4 4-pounders and a 6-pounder.
Problem is I didn't tag any of these bigger
You know what
ones.
that weighs, don't you?
I'm gonna have to like weigh them and figure it out.
No, what does it weigh?
22.
4. Make sure we don't mess nothing up now. I was happy
When
to
I was
have this
covering him, I
one about
was
10
seeing him
minutes
throwing
ago.
back a lot of 3-pounders.
Now he's seeing you later.
You're starting to throw back some pretty decent fish.
Yeah. Problem is I quit tagging the ones
we
that
seeing?
like nicer, you know, the 3 and 3 colorders, and I'm like, I'm not gonna call him. Okay, that is the correct one. Got a 350.
A lot of people, with the great forward-facing sonar debate, a lot of people have said, hey, as the pressure increases on those offshore fish,
the bank
there's going to be a time where the bank
is going to shine.
It's early in this tournament.
Right.
But, I mean, this lake has been nothing for the last year other than people chasing blobs in the middle.
In the middle, yeah. And I saw a lot of that this morning. And I talked to some of the guys that said, I don't know, they're just not here anymore. And, you know, they move. You know, you really know they move when you can see them on a forward-facing sonar and then don't see them. So, Atkins doesn't look too uptight on this one. I'm not even giving it a look. I'm just going to toss it aside.
Nothing to see there.
Yeah, move on.
Gotta run into a bigger one.
See, I love guys that stick their stuff in their pockets because I can't ever do that. I forget that I do it, and then I'm looking for them all over the boat. Well, I mean, seriously.
Fan of the pocket stickers. That's what you're saying. Gotcha.
I get home, I said, there's those worms.
Four-box Iaconelli, Atkins, Hamner, and Przekurat.
Oh, my gosh.
And the shocking thing is, Your Angler of the Year leader, who has seemingly done nothing wrong this entire season. Even when things went wrong, they turn out right for him.
Right. There's plenty of time. You told me there was plenty of time.
There is.
You got faith in him.
There is.
So I have faith in him, too. But it's interesting that he and Justin Atkins are tied.
Yeah.
At 53rd.
But again, he's got over 15 pounds, right? I believe.
Right. Like you said. I mean, whatever it is, he's had a good fishing day for the majority of America. And a great fishing day in some accounts. But he's in 53rd. 15 pounds, 10 ounces. That's 3-pound average.
Yeah.
3-pounders are the funnest fish to catch, right?
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, okay. Maybe
6 or more fun
But, I
than
mean, I'm
threes.
talking about numerous. Those are the ones you want to go out and just jack around with. You got Przekurat over there with 18 pounds. And Atkins with 15-10. They're both tied. There's Feider with 20 pounds, 9 ounces. And I'm still thinking he's sandbagging.
That's fine. I have no problem with the sandbaggers.
No.
I am
like
tired of this constant debate where people are like, it should be official. I wish the anglers would lie more. It is hard enough for me to make the weigh-in somewhat entertaining.
Did you just really say that? You wish the anglers would lie more? I could get maybe on Bass Track, but not in everything, right?
Well, no, they lie in a lot of different ways. But Bass Track, I'm all about them lying. I mean, it makes my job easier. Sorry.
You just want people to tune in. My job's harder when they lie. Your job's easier when they lie.
Well, yeah.
But
why is your job harder?
Well, because I need to go find the guys that are leading and record their day.
Bowman, you're an officer. I mean, if you can't find the guys, use your natural detective
Unbelievable.
instincts.
That's the first thing that Feider said this morning when I rolled up on him. He's like, how in the hell did you find me? Like, man.
The crime dog. You know a lot about crime. I mean, you're not only an officer, but you're a Raiders fan.
I know what you're saying, yeah. I get it. I got Chiefs fans beating up on Raiders fans. That's all right.
Hey.
It'll come back around.
We haven't been picky, to be honest. We've been beating up on all the teams, not just the Raiders, for the last few years.
They split with the Raiders, typically.
At what part of the year? Your Christmas gift we give you? We gave you a gift last Christmas.
That's all it takes. That's all I need.
Yeah. We appreciate using your stadium to win the Super Bowl again.
I appreciate you doing that, too. That's all right. We're going to get it together.
Next up, we'll talk about Taylor Swift, and we'll really upset some people.
Yeah. Well, they canceled some of her concerts because of a terrorist attack.
What?
Yeah. I'm serious. They canceled 3 of her next 3 concerts because of a terrorist plot.
Wow. This got deep in a hurry.
Yeah.
Bowman.
I'm just telling you.
Bring it back. Let's look at
a
a puppy. I mean, that'll make you happy.
Yeah. That's a good puppy, too.
Is it?
He's not barking at I. He's not barking.
Is he a good boy?
He's a good boy.
Tell him he's a good boy, Steve Bowman.
Boy Seth, talk to him. I would say the breed, but I'd be wrong. So you got to be careful. You can't call some people.
That was supposed to be
some
southeast.
things.
Stop talking. Stop right now.
Thank you, Mercer.
That was meant with love.
I know it, and I love you too. So look at the difference between where Seth is fishing and where Jay is fishing. I mean, it's relatively calm. Justin's bouncing up and down a little bit. Both of the Justins are bouncing up a little bit, and then you can see the whitecaps there. I mean, there's a lot of different waters out here. My point is even where Seth was flipping this morning, it was stained. And, this is a clear water place. And it was stained, and it looked like anywhere America stained. So, but I've heard a lot of people say, it can be totally different from the inland sea to here.
Yeah.
And from here and Ticonderoga, it'd be four footers down there, and not even, it'd be tomorrow before they get here, whatever. He's enjoying watching
that puppy. I mean, everyone loves Seth Feider.
Yeah. Oh, he's wanting to chase that jig. They actually kind of resemble each other.
Seth has more hair.
Oh. Well, that's true.
I think we need a break, Bowman.
I need one.
Big tournament going on. We're talking about everything but it.
Yeah. Everything.
Literally everything but it. Seth Feider in the top 5, but Greg DePalma, your tournament leader. Those weights are officially unofficial until they hit the scales, but 22 pounds even, Greg DePalma. Kyle Patrick, Elite Series rookie, would love to get his first Elite Series victory. Already won an Open, has 21 pounds, 15 ounces. And Jacob Foutz, wow, what a season he has had. We'll be right back from the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. Welcome back. On location coverage here in beautiful Plattsburgh, New York. Discover Plattsburgh, and that's what we'll be doing this week, discovering this beautiful part of the world. Man, just an incredible fishery, but an incredible city. And as you said, Steve, incredible restaurants. It is a great part of the world. We're 45 minutes from Montreal. I mean, this is truly, if you're looking for a spot to hang out, if you're looking for a spot to get away from the heat and enjoy some great culture, some great fishing, some great outdoors, you got to discover Plattsburgh.
Well, and there's a lot of guys that are thinking about Champlain just for the fishing, but Plattsburgh is not a bad place to bring the wife. It's a great place to bring her.
Did you bring her this week?
No.
Oh, okay.
She's had enough.
Sorry. Good place to bring your wife. Just Bowman's not going to bring his.
I brought her last year.
Well.
And the year before. Other years before.
That's plenty. That's plenty. Now to the amazing fighter man, Seth Feider, having a great tournament inside the top 5. And these next 2 events, critical for his season.
Right. Yeah. But he always finds that
That'll
rabbit.
ruin anybody's day.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I think this one had it for a while.
No.
Luckily, it doesn't feel super huge at the moment.
Is this deja vu?
Distracted.
I got a bad feeling he's got it. Way down. I can see my bait. He might be all right. Bigger than I thought he was, too.
That was earlier today. We obviously saw that a little earlier.
But it's a good marker for us, because you see that fish. That's a 4-pound fish, and that's his mark right now. So anything that comes in the boat that big or bigger that doesn't, or close to that size and doesn't get put in, or does, then you get a really good idea of what he's got.
And this is live right now.
I don't know if it's gonna help. It's a thicker one. I don't think he's gonna help.
Well, he's putting some meat in the boat today, though. When fish like that are not helping,
yes,
you know you're in a special body of water.
It wasn't coming off. I don't think he's gonna do anything for us.
There he is.
That's a good one.
Giuseppe. I'm hearing his name is.
That's exactly what I would have guessed.
It looks like a Giuseppe.
I don't think so. No, sure.
No help. No help.
Come on, turn around and give him a pet.
Yeah.
Come on, Seth. Or not. A guy
Now,
who
there's
loves
a guy
dogs.
that loves dogs. He loves them. Dogs love him.
Yeah. I mean, every creature of all sorts, shapes and sizes loves this guy. He's one of my favorite creatures on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that is Mike Iaconelli. And we've had a camera with him all day. And he always puts on a show.
He does. When he's catching them. Well, I guess he puts on a show when he's not catching them. He's back on the dock pattern.
I don't know. It might be a big one. I think it's a giant one. I haven't seen him yet. Don't jump. Oh, God, it's a big one. Oh, God.
A giant is not
please.
a good telltale with Mike Iaconelli.
Don't jump.
That tells us nothing. I just love it.
Oh, God, it's a giant one. Please, please. Yeah! Yeah! Good move. Yeah! 4-pounder. Down his throat. Max scent, baby. Good move. Got another big one. So now we got 3 big ones. 3 big ones and 1 good one. Maybe it was a good move coming over here. I started writing it off because all that algae. And then you come over here and get a bite like that. It changes things around a little bit, doesn't it? No question there. I did that right, didn't I? I think I did. I was just about to chuck them, and then I was like, let me recheck them. I think I did that right.
That is going to be the key of this tournament. Your
It
culling
is
board.
unbelievable how much that plays in here in Waddington and several of our fisheries, great fisheries. So Yellow
There's a
gotta
couple
go.
of the missed docks, and then there's a stretch there. Oh, that was bad. I didn't really want to do that, but my mind is not thinking about what I'm doing right here. I'm thinking about what docks to fish. I should be thinking about throwing this chatterbait at the moment. I'm not thinking about that. Thinking about all the other docks we should hit.
Replaying that fish catch, I believe, right?
Right.
Come on.
It was.
I mean, it was worth it.
Yeah.
It was good once, but twice as good twice.
Okay.
Twice as good.
Yeah,
Fish in the moment right here. We're in a area that historically is a largemouth mecca. This is Missisquoi Bay. So I'm actually running dock still. We stopped to throw a chatterbait on some rocks real quick, but we're just running docks, running shade and running docks. Pure, Pat, in an age of AI and forward-facing sonar, we're using our eyes and our instinct. Old schooling. It's pretty bad when you call regular fishing old schooling. It's just fishing, you know?
So if you notice there, he's in 23rd place after that fish. Now he only caught 6-8 ounces.
Yeah.
He was in 37th when we went to him.
Wow.
That's 14 places difference.
You're a lot better at math than I imagined.
Maybe I'm
initially.
making it up in my head.
Well, I'm not checking it. I don't have my abacus with me.
But I mean, that's a big jump. Just with those ounces right there, it's a big jump, and that's really Champlain in a nutshell.
Mike Iaconelli, don't strap your rods down. I mean, that's fine. You know what you're doing. I made a comment about him this morning, and you're a big part of the Hall of Fame, not just a member, but also a big part of it. He's the
But I can see from here there's shade under him.
only
that's
spaz
really
of the
pattern.
bunch. When let's
the shade.
Speaking of spazzes,
about 4 ducks here.
So many. He's fishing 4 ducks. So many Hall of Famers, so many megastars. You know what I mean? Like they're so calm.
Right.
Of the pro anglers, I'm going to say Iaconelli is the only spaz of the bunch. That,
well, Jimmy Houston might fit some.
Yeah,
of that.
He's kind of spazzy.
Yeah,
I mean,
a little bit.
So Jimmy Houston and Mike Iaconelli. That's it. Any other?
That's it. No, I can't think of any other. And Jimmy's really not. He just comes. He's just we've gone over that.
Giggles a lot.
Yeah, he giggles a lot.
I mean, I've never seen Jimmy Houston headbutt his windshield not once.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't done that. That's true. So we're talking about 2 different levels, and in between several different levels. So.
Now, this largemouth fishing, running docks, you got to imagine that's more susceptible to the pressure as days move on than what we're seeing Feider do.
Right. Right there, what we were seeing Feider's doing. Those fish look like they could replenish because I'm assuming it's on the outside of things. And it looked to me like it was, probably got some cover, rock, maybe some brush. I don't even know if they sink brush up here. It looked to me like he was dragging it, and on those things replenish.
Well, after 2 days of competition, we'll cut it down to the top 50, but let's have a look at who's driving this bus right now. The Tackle Warehouse at Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, and that'll look at your top 10 right there. Joey Cifuentes in 10th place.
Yeah, you told me. You told me this morning.
I mean,
if Joey were to win this thing, Mercer is taking 100% credit.
No credit. Okay. Greg DePalma's way ahead of him. I mean, you look at that leaderboard, so many players, but look at there, all the way down to 19th place. Alex Wetherell having a great season. Chris Zaldane, obviously, quietly having a great season. Yeah. John Garrett, not very quiet. I mean, he's won and threatened to win many others. Carl Jacobson needing a big event, and he's having it so far. Bowman, I've enjoyed this.
I have too, Dave. Thank you.
It's time for us to go relax. And Tommy, Such,
Davey,
Ronnie,
Such,
all
and
of them
Ronnie,
at the studio. They're better at this job.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to go on the road.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Oh, you know we love New York. We've been seeing why all morning long and into the afternoon here. The state of New York, tucked between the Green Mountains of Vermont and the beautiful Adirondacks of New York, is fantastic Lake Champlain, all 500 square miles of it. All these different places to go and fish, room to spread out and get the job done, and that's exactly what 101 anglers of the Bassmaster Elite Series are getting done at this tackle warehouse, Bassmaster Elite. Plattsburgh, New York. We have seen a lot today. I hope you're just picking up with us. We can't wait to show you some of the highlights from what we've seen today. But Ronnie, what do you think is the trend that we're seeing right now?
That our weight predictions earlier in the day, Tommy, are null and void because they are catching them as good as they did last year. Our 15 to 20-pound bags should be expected, and Lake Champlain, whether it's largemouth or smallmouth, man, it showed up big, and it always shows up big for us.
That's Ronnie Moore on Tommy Sanders. Also in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. The Such, Mike Sukon, the numbers bear out. Back up what Ronnie says there.
Yeah, I want to change my number to the over of how many 20-pound bags we have today. How about this? We have a little table turning of the AOI. Jacob Foutz is in the lead. Chris Johnson's fish came in. He's in second. Justin Hamner to John Garrett, McKinney, and Jay's Przekurat, and they're all within 20 points of each other.
Oh my God, the plot thickens.
Yeah.
The plot definitely
thickens.
Normally, we only have one guy, two guys maybe on camera on the final event of the season, day one for the AOI race.
Oh.
We could have 4 to 6 cameras just about the AOI race next week.
Easily. Well, why don't we take a look at what we have seen so far today? Especially if you're just joining up with us, you might take a look at our Bassmaster Midday Report. Let's start with Justin Hamner, our reigning world champion, classic champ from Grand Lake.
Honestly, Tommy, the midday report for Justin Hamner is his midday portion of it, because he did absolutely zero work at the beginning of his day. Really slow, went shallow looking for some topwater fish, for some smallmouth, but it did not work out for him like he thought. He had to adjust. It really took a long time to switch gears for him effectively. He started to put a couple fish in there, has one really good smallmouth that has kind of helped him. I think it's this one right here, one of those ones that you'd like to weigh in, but otherwise, 15-10. He's sitting about where Kyle Welcher was last year on day one, behind the 8-ball. A huge day 2 for Welcher. Got him back in the driver's seat for AOI, though.
Hamner doing exactly what he said he would be doing. He'd be out there chasing those pelagic fish out there in the inland sea, and he says this is his favorite fishery, so things could turn around for him very quickly. Justin Atkins, we were with him early today, caught a few fish, and has kind of kept his nose to the grindstone today, working hard, grinding it out.
At least east to west, Tommy, he's kept every inch of Champlain honest, because he has been at the far east side of Vermont,
That's right.
and now he is on the far west side of New York within the Champlain playing field. But as a guy who got second last year, we were really wondering if it wasn't for Kiyoya Fujita catching a key fish in the afternoon last year, he may have been the winner. He had cut that lead from 3+ pounds only down to 1.5 pounds after the day 4 weigh-in last year, and so we'll see if Justin can get some revenge. But after a quick start, kind of tapered off for him.
Tapered a little bit, and Fujita not doing that great today either, right?
Yeah, and for Atkins, it's a little bit of a disappointment, because he really did have a good practice. He really was confident in at least what he had found.
I know that.
We all know this is a place of adjustments, and Mike Iaconelli knew, I'm going to have to adjust my way of thinking. I've fished this lake since 1990, Tommy. I don't even know if he had 2D back then to fish it, but he was fishing, learned this lake, and is having to adjust with forward-facing sonar and figure out how to catch these smallmouth. But then we saw him change gears midday and start catching largemouth, and now he may be one of the ones who has all largemouth when it comes to weigh-in time.
We'll see how it works out. Won his first tournament here. That was back in 1999, before there was a Bassmaster Elite Series, the Vermont Top 150 Bassmaster event there. So a lot of great memories here, a lot to draw on for Mike Iaconelli. And he seems to be totally involved in this one today. I mean, he is on top of it.
99 must have been a great year for him and our colleague Davey Hyde, because I believe he won the nation, the Federation Nation in 99 as well, wins the Vermont Invitational. Big year for Iaconelli in 99, and you fast forward 25+ years later, and he is still trucking in our top 25 this week, 18+ pounds. But I got a feeling there's going to be a lot of anglers between that 18 to 19 pound mark.
Started out the day catching smallmouth, but dangled the possibility of doing largemouth fishing later. It didn't take him long to make the switch over, and he has made it happen.
Needs it after a tough season. He'd love to have a good event here and a great event next week, win and make it to the Classic. It'd be good to see him back in there. And Brian Schmidt, a guy who we expect to be in the Classic, almost won the 2023 Classic, trying to chase down Jeff Gustafson. And for Brian Schmidt, this is one of his bread and butter fisheries. Mississippi River, Potomac River, and Lake Champlain. Those are places you should fear Brian Schmidt. And he is one who has stuck with the largemouth game predominantly today, Tommy, and hanging in that 18-pound range as well.
Yeah, needing to hold serve here at the very least, starting at 56th place, I believe, in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, and you've got to be thinking about making the Classic or not.
Yeah, when you're about within 15 spots of making the Classic either way, whether you're 15 in or 15 out in these last two events, you need to at least, if you stack one good day, Tommy, you almost did your job. Stack two good to make it to the weekend, and you can get one step closer to making the Classic.
He may be our numbers guy among our camera-covered anglers today. He said himself, we have caught some meat today. We have caught some fish.
And we've seen him do it with higher grass on the bottom, and we've seen him do it with short grass. We've seen him do it near some rock areas as well, marinas, a lot of different places that Schmidt has tested that he didn't fish in practice because he knows this place so well. He's been saving them.
Everyone expecting this guy to just absolutely plow through this place. Jay Przekurat today, one of the hottest guys in fishing, and started out steady, and has just kept it going all day long. Maybe tapering a little bit in the last hour or two.
Justin Hamner, leading angler of the year coming in here, probably wants to keep Jay Przekurat at least 45 points behind him going into the last year. You don't want him to be any closer than that.
He's dangerous.
But I got a feeling Jay is going to be in that grouping of anglers that will have a shot. And I could see someone, Tommy, Maybe catching 90 pounds worth of smallmouth and someone catching 100 next week and winning Angler of the Year because of that. It's going to be such a big weight event and so close. We will see. But Przekurat, man, he's on a hot streak, Tommy. Fifth at Murray, sixth at Wheeler, third at Smith, and then wins the Open most recently. I don't think this man can finish outside the top 10 if he tried right now.
Yeah, won that Open at St. Clair. He is a smallmouth master and been on display all day long with him. And how about Seth Feider? I mean, we talked about this guy having a win boxed in here. He's got 2 second-place finishes, other multiple good performances here. Why has he not had a win yet? And why is he not leading today? Because we have seen some great things.
It seems like every year, no matter how much he has it dialed in, Tommy, balancing the game plan and the draw of smallmouth fishing and largemouth fishing, it's almost like the run to tie. You can do that 2 or 3 days, but all 4 days it's very hard to manage that run. For Feider, it's been hard. He's always had one day where it's not bad, it's just a little bit lower than his expectations because he chose to stay with smallmouth too long or largemouth too long. Today, catching that almost 6-pounder, maybe it is a 6-pounder, that will go a long way for his psyche the rest of this event, being able to now manage. Maybe today is his largemouth day. Tomorrow maybe can be another largemouth day, and then he'll go smallmouth fishing. We will see.
Be a good question. Can anyone make it pay largemouth for 4 days consecutively running more?
There were some guys. Mike Iaconelli was one who even said that I could see someone winning on all smallmouth or all largemouth or definitely having a 50-50 split in their bag like Schmidt did in 2021.
Let's get down to Iaconelli.
That's when you look at it like, yeah, you're going to get... Uh-oh. That's her. That's her. Stay on there. That's her. Oh, no. Don't get me back on the dock. No. This way, come this way. Come this way. Come this way. Come this way. Oh God, that's her. Please. Yeah! 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 We did it. That's a 5-pounder. Yeah! I don't know if you heard me say, but I looked at that dock and I said, that dock should have one on. That's the kind of dock that looks like it should have one on it. Dunk, Maxent, General, all day long, down his throat, baby. Yeah! That's a 5-pounder. Yeah! Thank you, God. I'm a terrible person. I'm trying to be a better person. Thank you. I'm not a good dude. I'm a bad guy. Dude, would you look at that short and fat thing? That's a 5-pounder, bro. Ah! Straight up. Straight up, dude. Straight up. Straight up, dude. Oh gosh. I mean, got one. Got a good one. Thank you for letting me borrow that one.
I'll give you one back. It'll only be 3.
Find this. There's one smaller smallmouth. This is a good bag, dude. What's that? I know. I almost felt like that.
Yeah, they were not watching. They heard the screams. Someone's dying.
911.
Someone is dying.
It's the next one to go, I think. Don't do that. I'm doing a horrible job culling. I'm just nervous. I'm shaking like a freaking leaf right now, dude.
Is that 20 pounds?
I'm shaking.
Yes. It got to be 20 pounds. Yeah. Wow.
Dude, Back to the Future.
Wow.
This is the small one now. I got to find the pin for it, though. There it goes. Let me just triple check.
Wait, his small one is now the big smallmouth he caught earlier? Is that what he's saying? Wow.
Wow. Bro. Did that just happen? It sure did, didn't it?
Let's see. What's the next one to go?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Oh, no, okay. He's got a largemouth that's smaller.
I feel like I should have got bit, and then you just went quiet.
Yeah, because see how it sticks out? Yeah. You know? Let me call this fish before I get in trouble. I mean, legitimately, we're getting rid of 3-pounders, so like they're nothing now, you know? And that's like a 3-2, and it's gone. It's gone.
Oh, a happy Ike makes everybody, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
It has been such a long time.
That's the greatest show on earth when he is.
91st in points, Tommy, just an abysmal. And then last year, him being in the Classic before the Northern Swing, him being in the top 10 in points, and then missing the class. Just
this totally went from
good to have him back.
Let's go back to 2003 here. Let's talk about infectious excitement. Explosion of excitement.
Never give up!
That was 21 years ago. 2003 Bassmaster Classic, the new, the Louisiana Delta.
Ten-year-old Ronnie started to really fall in love with the sport. Seeing this on TV after the event, I know as I got his book, he signed it later on. Just absolutely incredible. The people he's inspired since he became a pro.
Does he sound the same, Ronnie?
He does.
20 years later,
we did it. That's a 5-pound. Yeah! I don't know if you heard me say, but I looked at that dock and I said, that dock should have one on. That's the kind of dock that looks like it should have one on it. Dunk, Maxent, General, all day long, down his throat, baby. Yeah! That's a 5-pounder! Yeah!
No doubt about it. His girls in Vegas have gotten that. Is that your dad over there? Yeah.
He even folded in an apology to the man upstairs. Now, come on. I mean, that had it all. That had it all.
When that gets there, if he breaks 20 pounds, guys, that is his first 20-pound bag of the season. And we get to witness it on Bass Live. How cool.
Has been a tough season, although he's had 2 top 20 finishes during the course of this season here. Looks like he may be headed in that direction here, but it's early on. But hey, that was worth it right there. Mike Iaconelli at Champlain. You know what you're watching? The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite 8th stop of the year. For the 9 stops of the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024, our live coverage brought to you by Skeeter. We're having quite a Bassmaster live day here, as a matter of fact. We have had one thrill after another. The fish catching has been super, super strong. Look at the latest development. Mike Iaconelli catches a big largemouth to add to a mixed limit right now as it stands, and he is in 8th place. He's broken into the top 10. At a place he loves to, and probably the place you would think he would want to do it more than any place else on the season.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh.
I know.
Yeah,
hey,
you know.
You queued me up on it earlier, and it's a no-doubter. It was Seth Feider. And I didn't think that the biggest bass of the tournament, most likely, or possibly, would be replaced, but the pure celebration from Mike Iaconelli, you know. He put on a performance like we're expecting Iaconelli to.
Going night.
Yeah! That's a 5-pound.
Such, absolutely. Going Ike back in the day, you didn't know if that was good or bad. It depends on which Ike. Today we are getting the good Ike, Tommy.
That's the kind of doc that looks like you have one on.
Trusting his gut, managing the game plans, and a 5-pounder.
All day long, down his throat, baby. Yeah! That's a 5-pounder! Yeah! I'm a terrible person. I'm trying to be a better person. Thank you.
Aren't we all?
People checking on him from the house heard the screaming, telling the good Lord, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Champ got him. They thought somebody had died out here. They said that.
No, he's never been more alive, Tommy. 52 years old, almost 30 years out here, and he is still shaking with every big fish.
Oh, he is going 100 miles an hour, no doubt about that. The one and only Mike Iaconelli. Let's get back on the water to Seth Feider. Another fellow who's had a good day with the largemouth.
Uh-oh. That's the only thing we're missing from this fantastic day is some frog action.
Yeah.
Oh, was sad. Dude, I didn't even look. I just felt it.
Oh, no.
What was that?
Oh, yeah.
Just rolled on it.
It's a biggin', dude. It's a biggin', dude. It's a biggin', dude. It's a biggin', dude. Oh my God! 2 of them in one day. 2 of them. Oh. On a frog. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my God, we got a big bag. But I went to look at something, I felt him like pulling my tail or something. Great big giant one, dude. Oh. Usually don't lip them on a frog, but when they're like that, he hit her double punched. Oh my God, dude. Well, we got over 20 now.
It's got to be like a
2-pound call.
Yeah, 3.5 is the smallest. It's 5 something.
What to call after that.
Two of them in the same day, Tommy. Wow. We talk about the 5+ pounders that you hope for. You hope for maybe one every other day, maybe. You in the tournament with 2 5+ pounders. He has 2 in the same day, and he might not even be the day 1 leader. Like that's how good they're catching him right now. But he may be winning the largemouth battle, no doubt about it.
All right, now according to Bass Track, he is your leader. For now, at any rate, Seth Feider, what a day.
And keep an eye on it. I know we still have quite a few people. We have at least 30 that are not on Bass Track, but that puts him in 46th in points. If he's going to hang around that 50th place mark and gain half of his way back to the Classic, one more week, and he could make the Classic.
Started 65th in AOI.
That was timely.
That's a big one.
Justin Hamner needs a couple of big ones.
This guy started as the AOI leader.
World champion and AOI leader coming into this day.
Don't do it. Why do they love to jump? And then you try to go straight back down to the bottom. Whew. Come here, girl. Come here, girl. Yes, sir. Woo. That's what we're looking for. Oh, meat. Flat-sided shad in the face. That's what we're looking for.
That's what's up here. Come on. That's a coal. 4.5.
Much needed good one. Fed up sort of smallmouth post spawn. Moved him 20 spots, up to 54th to 34th place.
Back in the lead for AOI.
Wow.
So glad I came back here. That ain't even the big one that was down there. Gosh, psycho fish. What was that? Oh my gosh. Come here. Don't do it again. This is crazy. Stop. Yeah. Ain't huge, but it'll help, I think. Oh yeah. Right in the dome. I think it will. Got it.
Looking back in the history, we were talking about it. If going back to Mike Iaconelli, if he breaks 20 today, which I expect him to, it'll be his first 20-pound bag of the year, and it comes on the 10-year anniversary of when he won the Delaware. It was this week in 2014. Yes.
Wow.
I think today it popped up that it was day 2 of the event. So I guess Saturday would be the day he wins the Delaware River 10 years ago.
Well, he'd like to book in those 10 years
That
with
would
wins.
be something
that would be pretty awesome.
special. He would not mind a tournament the first week of August every year.
Yeah. Jay Przekurat off to a good start earlier today. A few of them passed him, though, since moving all the way up into second place.
Good one for Jay. We mentioned it earlier. He's having microphone issues, so we're hearing just from the camera. That's why it's so loud with the splashes. But
he's not a real talker either. So
no.
He's going Jay.
Got to be over 3.3.
I don't think it is. Maybe 3.5, 3.6, maybe. He's going to have 2 or 3 cookie cutters for sure on the low end of his limit. He'll have to sift through those for sure.
Hamner's last fish, 3.5 pounder, got him to 18.2, 24th place. Instead of being 5th in AOY right now, he's back up with a 19-point lead on Jacob Foutz, who started with Chris Johnson, 39 back of him.
Wow.
So that's a pretty productive afternoon for Justin Hamner.
I guess.
Productive 2 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever it was.
Running back in action. Guys. Running a pattern. Just trying to fish as many docks as I can fish. Like that. It feels like a big one. That's another great giant big one. Stay on there. God, it's a big one. Oh my God, it's another 4-pounder. Yeah!
Okay, now he's over 20. Now he's over 20.
Yeah.
I love it when you're talking about running a pattern and you skip under there and your line just goes tink. And these are docks I've never fished in my life. You know, you call it pattern fishing because you're just running something. And we got a feeling they were on docks. We're running docks. And there's another good one. That's not quite 4, but it's a heavy 3, and I'm pretty sure it's going to help get rid of that one smallmouth for us. It's a good one. This is insane. I can't remember the last time I was able to just run a pattern like this. It feels so good. I don't know, this one's pretty good too, though. That's a good sign when that's your small one. I mean, that's pretty amazing. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Got rid of the smallie.
Going to help by a little bit, but we're going to go back and check them other ones too. Lake Champlain, the problem with Lake Champlain is you can't, every ounce is so important here. So the difference between a 3.8 and a 3.6 is immense. But gravity doesn't lie. That largemouth's bigger. I could get him to just sit still and make sure for my peace of mind.
We've been with Iaconelli all day. Started the day catching a succession of smaller, solid but smaller smallmouth. He said, you know, I don't care. They're going in. I'm going to make, if I get my 5, I can go fish for largemouth and make a difference. And that is exactly the way it has played out. And I don't think that particular board there notes the upgrade he just got. It may move him up to 20 pounds or better. Possibly another spot up the leaderboard. But a great day for the man who won here 25 years ago in 1999. Oh, history possibly repeating itself, but we got a long way to go before that. We got plenty of fishing time left today. About an hour on the average for most of our players out there. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Action-packed is the only way you can describe this day. This first of 4 days of fishing. 101 anglers out there today and tomorrow. Could be a little bit of a different story tomorrow with some weather changes. We'll talk about that some more during the course of Bassmaster Live. Today we got a little bit more than an hour's time before everything is turned over to the weigh-in. Fantastic host city of Plattsburgh, New York. And we'll get the real results. A lot of unknowns out there as we look at all our estimated scores on Bass Track. But boy, what a story they tell. Seth Feider switching early early to largemouth and putting himself on top of the heap.
Sometimes bass track estimations, Tommy, make us worried or uncomfortable about the unknown and not knowing. But this week in tournaments like this, they make us excited because if
Could only get better.
If this is what we know, holy cow, what we're going to find out is going to be even better.
Good point.
25 people off Bass Track altogether. Some big names, too.
Yeah. Mike Iaconelli. One of the big heroes of the sport, making a big run today with largemouth. Justin Hamner, our classic champ, came up here in the top spot, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, fell out of the top spot precipitously during the first half of the day and has brought it back, reeled it back in the last 2 or 3 hours.
You mentioned it earlier, Tommy, and I made a joke about it, and we kind of laughed it off and then changed the topic. But Mike Iaconelli, with what he's won in his career, I don't know if we'll ever see someone do that again.
Oh,
a classic, an Angler of the Year, an Elite Series victory, an Opens win, winning the nation. Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's
8 wins in all. That in itself just puts him in the absolute top tier.
What a day, dude. And it's not over. I still think we might get another, absolute, ridiculous looking, just strange-o. I still believe it could happen. Is that a boat fishing? Damn it.
Looked it up, Tommy. After Rick Clunn's 16 active winners, Christie, Ike, both with 8 wins.
Yeah.
Boat in front of us. Oh, good.
We talked about the favorites coming into this event and guys who we expected to do well, and some of it's regionally based, Tommy. We look at the leaderboard, you see New York guys, New Jersey guys like Greg DePalma, Kyle Patrick. You see Mike Iaconelli getting into our top 10. They may be the people you chose for Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, but at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to say why we had confidence in these 2 anglers, putting them on, even though a tough season for them overall. You would think when you do your Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, Tommy, and we plan it out for the whole season. We write them all down so we keep our stuff straight. Other people don't do that, so they may factor in momentum. They may factor in how well they've fished the last event or what they expect the next event to be like. And so you may not have picked these 2 guys because they have had such a tough season. Maybe you cashed them in earlier in the year, maybe at Murray or Harris Chain when it was his best finishes, or Seth Feider in Alabama when he didn't expect to do well but did well in both of those. But here are their top 3 finishes at Champlain. Now, Iaconelli has fished, I believe, 7 events here. Feider, I think, has fished 5 events here. And they Iaconelli obviously won the 99 top 150, the Vermont Invitational. And then he's got a 3rd and a 7th in 2 Bassmaster Opens here. Meanwhile, Seth Feider's 2nd, and 4th are all in Elite Series events. I believe that would be the 2017 when he got 2nd place, 2020 when he got 2nd place, and I think 2021 when he got 4th place. So if you pick these 2 anglers for your Falcon Rods Drain the Lake this week, you absolutely picked them at the right time, both of them in our top 10, and should be maybe on camera tomorrow. Who knows? And if there isn't a tomorrow, then they should definitely be on camera for Saturday. So we will keep an eye on that for sure. But man, what a time for these guys to try to make a charge and end their season strong, have fun, fish well. That's what they want to prove it to themselves sometimes.
This is the kind of dock I want. I call this a complex dock. So if you look at it, it's got a lot of stuff going on here. You got a boat lift, you got shade, you got a lifted walkway, you got ropes, cables, there's a boat ramp over there. These are the kind of, boy, that's not good. He's just running docks in front of me. This is the kind of dock I want to fish right here. Darn it. Getting a bad reputation all of a sudden. one thing about these docks is you can't really get behind anybody, because as you've seen today, there's one bass per dock, so sort of getting in a bad rotation here. I don't know if it's one of our guys or local guy or what, but I feel like we were fishing clean water all day, except right now. And by clean, I don't mean clarity, I mean, you know, not fished. It's unfortunate. I don't want to be running used water. It'd be different if there's multiple fish on each dock, but we've already proved it's not like that, you know. Damn it.
Absolutely perfect conditions today. When you said if there is no tomorrow, right? By that you meant if the weather should.
No, I'm just kidding. Weather, yes.
Yeah, would postpone till
Yes.
Saturday. Then we'd have 10 cameras, as we always have traditionally on Saturday and Sunday. So, yeah, we'd pull more into our broadcast.
Yes, so it's turning a possible negative into a positive, and that's what we dealt with last year at Champlain. It seems like every time we come here, there is a risk of one day at least getting washed out or too dangerous to fish or whatever the case may be. And so with day one being perfect, just like last year, day one was a little bumpy last year, but day two got even worse. Postponed it. With St. Lawrence being so close, they could do, in theory, what they did at the Harris Chain in St. John's this year and what they did at Champlain St. Lawrence last year, which is make the St. Lawrence practice just 2 days, and all of a sudden we can go to a championship Monday. Because the one thing you wouldn't want to do is get our Thursday to Sunday alignment out of whack here and go to Monday, and then get the next one out of whack by going Friday to Monday there. You would want to keep that same rotation. But we will see. Maybe it will only be 11, like it says on weather.net or wherever we're looking. Whoever's the most optimistic, I hope that's true.
Justin Hamner, who has made great strides in the past couple hours here, from outside the top 50 all the way up to 25th place, and back to the top of Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings.
Oh, largemouth, what? What are you doing, little buddy? Come here. A largemouth. Not a bad one. Ain't gonna help. Yeah.
Not gonna do it, Justin Hamner. A little short. Not as far as the length limit short, but short enough to carry some more pounds.
Where Hamner was just at, it said the winds are south-southeast at 10 miles an hour, and that's about what it's supposed to be tomorrow. It's just going to be rain on top of it.
Over to Brian Schmidt. Brian got up very near the top 10 today. Didn't quite bust into it. He's currently in 26th place.
Had another angler's weights come in. Will Davis tied for 11th with Chris Johnston. So Robert G. got over 20 pounds and jumped up to 6th place. Got ahead of Iaconelli. Ostick's Austin Felix with over 21 pounds in 4th place.
I don't know. Smallmouth. No. Weird.
Probably won't help. Ryan Schmidt, let's get back over. Check in on Mike Iaconelli. Running docks here and keeping an eye on the competition at the same time.
I think that's a big giant one. Oh! It's like a 3-pounder, 2 3/4. I thought it was a big giant one.
For a second there, Tommy, I looked away and I thought that was Jay Przekurat catching one because I didn't hear Iaconelli say anything. I had to look back up real quick.
Now, come on. You didn't really think that. Not only do we have progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year competition getting closer and closer to its conclusion. That's next week, we assume. Also got Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race going on, and Trey McKinney still got the lead in that one despite a stumble a couple of events ago. John Garrett, winner as a rookie as well, just like Trey McKinney, JT Tompkins, Wesley Gore, Tyler Williams topping out our top 5. Kyle Patrick, Robert G., who's having a good tournament here, had a great tournament at Smith Lake as well, helping his cause over the last 2 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series. McKinney, and that one's not put away yet for Trey McKinney, so we will see the developments on the way, and that will be fun to follow. We'll be right back.
This week on Champlain, it's different, but a lot of it the same, if that makes sense. It seems to be more spread out. I think we're going to see a lot more diverse of a fishery.
Zebra mussels and gobies. They're both invasive species that came in, let's call it 15 or so years ago, and has changed the dynamic a little bit of the fishery.
Last year when we came, they seemed to be in gigantic groups. They were out deep. They were chasing bait. They were on deep grass edges, which is how I really capitalized in the tournament.
Champlain has always been incredible. Anybody that's ever been here finds it incredible. But with that being said, Champlain can also give you a big butt kick in the weather. So that's the only bad side about it. So as good as she is, she could hurt you just as easy.
That's your BMC on point right there, our anglers whom we're with today. Kind of talking about what makes this place great, what's changed it, and what's maybe in the future. As we look at TH Marine Weather Watch there. I heard Brian talking about the weather there, and it's, of course, tomorrow, the temperature's still great, 77, 68, but a big rain event tomorrow. There's no getting around that. How big is the wind that accompanies that? That's kind of the burning question, Ronnie Moore. You've mentioned this, why that's a burning question before.
Yeah, not only wind speed, Tommy, but direction. And if it is going to come from the Gulf and up the coast and towards there, it's going to be coming from the south, meaning it's building from Ticonderoga all the way up. And if it builds all night at a good rate, it's going to be really rough for a lot of that travel. And Tournament directors, this is the time of the year where I do not envy them. Actually, I don't want to be a tournament director any time of the year, but when they're making a call on weather on a big, big body of water where you could be 90 to 100 miles apart from each other this week and next week, it's very difficult to manage.
Hard job. A lot of risk management involved. It takes smart people to do that job.
Let's just say you could do an inland sea only tournament and still have days postponed with how rough it gets on that small 20,000 mile or 20,000 acre deal.
That's a big lake, the inland sea. There's no doubt about that. Back out to Justin Hamner, working his way up the leaderboard, or has been over the past 2.5 hours here with less than an hour's fishing time, well, depending on which flight he's in.
All right. Can they hear this time? Hey. Well, the day got turned around a little bit. I don't know what was going on earlier, but I went out, got me a little solid little limit out in the middle, and then I came back to these shallow fish, and I think I've culled like 3 of them out. Got one real good one. About to have to go though. These are highly edited.
They're going to do the usual, Tommy. Practice was tough. These fish were skinnier and leaner.
Dead stick this drop shot.
Going to catch 18 pounds and be like, man, I did better than I thought. I'm going to be doing all right, and they're going to not be doing all right, and they're going to have to hurry up and figure it out the next day or two so they don't get eliminated, because 17 was probably a decent goal weight for many, and it could be the cut weight. It could be the cut weight.
Last year, 36 pounds, 18 a day was the 51st. Man, first guy out.
Now, they got to practice in some rain, didn't they?
It rained like every day, but it was slick calm in the mornings. It was beautiful, pristine, and then all of a sudden a storm would come up and rain and get a little windier in the afternoon, and then it would settle out. But yeah, it
should be blowing and going first thing in the morning.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Wind Finder, my trusty wind for the northern lakes, and it's blue and purple, which means it's 9 or less. So as much as I've discredited it today, Such, it could be. I've checked 1 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Really?
And throughout tomorrow. And I've even checked this evening, and I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, that is hopeful.
I keep seeing like the first band come in, green going over Champlain, 7 p.m. tonight to midnight. And then from midnight to 5 a.m. it says thunderstorms. After that, it just hits the rain and showers, and the wind.
It's got some east in it too. It's not just south, so that helps when you're cutting a lake that's 100 miles long north to south, and it's only 10 miles wide or something east to west. I'd rather cut. I'd rather the wind blow
side and go that way. And do what you can.
Yeah, tough call if it looks sketchy.
Look, it does look promising though.
We can't take our eyes off Mike Iaconelli based on what we have seen in the past hour. This was about an hour ago. I mean, we're just going to let you watch this. This is...
Oh, God. That's her.
I have no words for this.
Yeah! 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 That's a 5-pounder. Yeah! I don't know if you heard me say, but I looked at that dock and I said, that dock should have one on. That's the kind of dock that looks like it should have one on it. Dunk, Maxent, General, all day long, down his throat, baby. Yeah! That's a 5-pounder! Yeah! I'm a terrible person. I'm trying to be a better person. Thank you.
I'll say for the most of that catch, Tommy, he didn't have words either. You said you didn't have words. He didn't have words either. He just had noises.
Oh. Well, let's take it from today from today at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's take it back 25 years to 1999 and the first win for Mike Iaconelli right here.
61 pounds and 3 ounces. 61.3.
The number one bait I'm catching 90% of my largemouth on is basically a jig. It's the reason that I chose that is kind of twofold. The number one reason I chose it is because of the type of areas I'm fishing. I think it's the best presentation-wise. Fishing areas that have a lot of grass.
All right. Looks very much like what he was doing right there.
That is
exactly. Might be the same place where he caught the giant there. Might be the same tire.
Yeah.
Fishing near some reeds. It gets into the reeds, and it comes down clean, no weeds on it, and it's more like a reaction strike. And I could also work this bait for a couple feet without getting a lot of weeds tangled on it. So I'm using a jig. The second reason I chose a jig is because I have supreme confidence in a jig.
Wow.
Incredible.
That is awesome. Hasn't aged a day.
The Vermont Top 150, Bassmaster Top 150. Really hasn't.
That's awesome. I guarantee you, Tommy, that would bring a tear to Iaconelli's eye, seeing that old footage and reminiscing about that. Yeah. His humble beginnings back in the day of the Bass Club days and making that jump to B.A.S.S. and getting your first big win in the Top 150.
Same year he won the
Bass Nation
Championship. 4 years later, he'd win the Classic.
Was our last boat out this morning, 101. So he's got the late check in.
So one thing he also, thank you for that, Such, because that reminded me. One thing he did say, he might change it up and stick with this longer, but he said he does have an area closer to the takeoff region in New York that he would love to spend his last hour of fishing there. And because he's the last flight and he does have a longer day, most of the field would be checking in or checked in, and he would still be able to fish that on the way back in. And so he said, ideal world, I go catch some smallmouth, get a baseline weight, go catch some largemouth, and then be able to fish in New York on the way. Tommy, I'd say he's got 2 of those boxes checked.
Yeah, he's knocked it out. The first 2/3 of it, for sure.
Now, people may say, well, why doesn't Ike just spend all day tomorrow largemouth fishing? That may be his plan. That could be an audible. But we have to remember what largemouth sometimes do to anglers on this body of water, and they turn their back on them. And same goes for smallmouth. So I feel like Ike would love to go catch 2 3.5 pounders and a 4-pound smallmouth, and then transition, because if you go all day, you may need one of those big smallmouth tomorrow this time. You can't bank on catching a 5 and 2 4s for largemouth.
And the last time largemouth played here, it required some smallmouth to get the job done. Some of both, but almost equal parts.
Knowing Kyle Patrick, Ronnie, he's got a Phoenix Boats Big Bass 6.2. Where do you think he might have
oh, wow,
gotten that one?
I must have just missed that. I don't know if you said it earlier and I wasn't listening to you.
It was 11 in our break.
Yeah. It was, okay. I would say largemouth.
Looking at our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, Feider's got the 5'10", 5'6", 2 fish, 11 pounds. De Palma's got a 5'0", Matt Robertson's got a 5'13", Ike's got the 4'12", which could be 5 perches there, 4'10". Been counting 4-pounders, big mistake. There's over 76 right now. 4-pounders, I've been writing them down.
We're up to 9 anglers with 20 pounds.
There may be some skew in it as well because Feider's 5'10" Such wasn't weighed. Right. It was boxed.
Yeah.
I have a feeling Kyle weighed his.
Oh, you do?
But just because of his routine.
I don't want to eat it.
You know, when Mercer and Bowman were talking about spazzes and they said there was only one and it's Mike Iaconelli, I don't know if they've remembered that Kyle Patrick is cut from the same cloth as Mike Iaconelli. Right. So he can. So we might have a couple.
He's
fun
got
guys.
one very visible, notable episode where he did go full. Yeah.
He gets going. He does.
Yeah.
He's excitable.
Well, he lost the ability to stand up.
Another angler's weight's come in, just knocked Trey McKinney down to 43rd.
That's where he got the nickname Fruit Bat.
Maybe we'll run that a little bit later. That was a funny episode. We got plenty more to come for you. We're taking it all the way to 2 o'clock Central, 3 Eastern time with Bassmaster Live, so come right back. Oh, you've been watching it, the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain. What a tournament it has started out. This day one action, our live coverage brought to you by Skeeter Boats. And we have thoroughly enjoyed watching everything that has transpired on this day, including Seth Feider at the top of the leaderboard here, 22 pounds and 6 ounces. As we get closer and closer to the finish of this first day, it's gone by very, very quickly. Greg DePalma of New Jersey in second place, and New York's Kyle Patrick in third. That's all according to Bass Track, and that is an incomplete picture because we know there is a certain fraction of our field here who have not had a marshal with them today. But let's talk about today's marathon peak performance, and that is this man right here. Seth Feider. What a tremendous record he has here. What a tremendous record he has in the state of New York, except for last year, except for 2023. All of his New York appearances in 10 years as an Elite Series angler, he has never been below 25th place here.
Absolutely phenomenal. And to think that last year was his struggle, Tommy, to think that that was just a down tick in performance, that's how we know that that's the outlier. When you take a big sample size like we have, with guys like Iaconelli, guys like Feider, those are the outliers. This is what we expect from him. And we never know, is it largemouth or is it smallmouth? We know he loves the green ones. And fish like this are the reason he is our peak performance.
Yeah, just take a look at this one. This is phenomenal.
Oh my God! Flipping stick, boys.
Estimated 5 3/4, Tommy, just under 6 pounds estimated. Didn't weigh it, so we will get to see that with Dave Mercer in a little bit, but
yeah,
going to be vying for the big bass of the day, no doubt. You know it's a bonus, Tommy, when he goes and catches another 5-pounder and is just as thrilled knowing, hey, this is a magical day. I expect one every other day, and I got 2 in the same day.
It's a big one, dude. It's a big one, dude. Oh my God! On a frog, let's go. Let's go.
Well, we hadn't got to see a lot of frogging today, but that little snippet of it right there was worth the wait. Marathon peak performance, Seth Feider in the lead as it stands right now. Unofficially, according to Bass Track, as we head back down to Justin Hamner.
Hey, we've had it all, the 3 Fs, Tommy. We've had flipping, we've had frogging, we've had a forward-facing sonar.
And Feider.
Yeah, 4 Fs.
The 4 Fs.
He's 4F.
Be big. Oh, feels big. Stay on there, girl. Some big old head shakes. Shoot. That's a 5-pounder. How did she come off? Dang it.
Could have been a difference maker, sure. Sure did look like it was pulling. Let's get back over to Jay Przekurat. Jay, great start to his day, got as high as second place, but it slowed down for him somewhat in the second half of the day.
That's the one deadly thing with these guys who do have largemouth. If the wind kicks up in the afternoons or the bite slicks off for smallmouth, is these guys who have largemouth can have confidence that they haven't been beaten on schools of fish all day. They can go to fresh areas, maybe fish some docks that haven't been fished, and make that midday upgrade when it does get stagnant offshore. But this one could certainly help Jay.
Jay seems to think, yeah, he's going to get something. Got a little bump towards the end of the day there. I just don't know how he's going to deal with the trauma of not being in the top 10.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Give
him time.
The last half of the year for him.
Give him time.
Yeah, well, that's
tomorrow.
Right. That's right. He's got time.
Maybe Saturday.
He's been a worker the last few events. He hadn't started in the top 10 of any of these great finishes. He's worked his way up.
That's true. Even the Classic.
You know, it's like the day 2, he starts to charge at the end, and day 3, he's in our top 10. Day 4, he moves up even more. So he's been because normally we've seen Alex Redwine be up there as roommate, and he has ended up passing his roommate, you know, throughout the tournament. But we will see where he stacks up.
Well, part of his cornucopia of achievement this year has been an open win at St. Clair. Went over to the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens and knocked out a win at St. Clair. That was our last event we had here. We got 3 more in store here, 2 here in the north. We got one coming up in Leech Lake in Minnesota, and then right after the month after that, we're going to the upper Mississippi, La Crosse, Wisconsin, and wrap it up in South Carolina, Hartwell, for that. Eastern Fothergill.
Man, 1 point.
1 point. Easton Fothergill ahead of Dakota Ebear. Easton won the big one at Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma last month. And Cody Meyer, Tucker Smith, Jack York, Evan Kong had the lead for a long time at the start of the season. Andrew Loberg had a good one at the last outing. Bobby Bakewell, Matt Adams, and Emil Wagner rounding out our top 10 there. That's that one's far from decided either.
Yeah, how about that? 1 point deciding first and second, and 1 point deciding last man in, first man out.
Yeah.
I would not want to be 1 point on the wrong side of that.
No. That's the real action is down there, because that's how you qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Wes Logan having a good year. He just caught a 4.5 pounder. He's up to 19.5. Ties 3 others in 11th with 19 pounds, 7 ounces.
He has been solid this year.
Move him up to in the teens in AOY points.
Yeah. Been fun watching Mike Iaconelli today. He said first thing this morning. I'm going to have fun. That's like my number one priority today, and it's been fun watching him. When I look back, I think about the big fish, the largemouth he's got today. Think of the first fish he showed us on camera today.
Oh, no doubt about it, the catfish. And he said, look at this, there's one down there. I know what I'm doing as well. I'm going to drop down on it. I'm learning. Oh, that one's got whiskers, Tommy.
And he was loving it. He thought it was hilarious, and everyone else did too. Oh.
We knew when we heard a laugh from Iaconelli in the morning and a moment that you don't need to laugh about, we knew that maybe he's fishing a little freer, a little lighter this week.
Absolutely, having some fun. This is it.
And that's a catfish that I saw. That was freaking awesome. I swear it looked like a bass. See, I don't know, if you're Taco Ito or if you're Jay or any of those guys, you know exactly that's a catfish. I have no idea. That could have been Jimmy Hoffa. I wouldn't have known,
I hope we're saving all these sound cues, especially the screams of the
laughter. No doubt about it. Oh, now we got two glasses on. He did say he was 52. He's been out here a long time.
Back to tournament leader, Seth Feider.
312, just got Matt Robertson back in our top 10. He had a top 10 last time here. He's over 20 pounds. That gives all top 10 right now over 20 on Bass Trek.
It seemed like last year you couldn't run out of 4-pounders. So guys who would even catch 21, 22 pounds of smallmouth early would be able to still upgrade. They'd have hope. There's plenty of fed up fish. But if you catch 20 to 21 pounds of smallmouth this week, maybe 22 tops,
you've topped out.
I don't think that you're going to be you're going to be sustaining that, and the only way you're going to be able to get up to what maybe Feider brings in today, 23 plus, is you got to have largemouth. You're going to have to do that.
Well, Fujita had 23-14. Those were all smallmouth last year, right?
I know, but they were all. They were like the majority of the smallmouth were fed up and fatter.
Right.
Today it's been an outlier. The anglers show off how fat they are when they're surprised because they're all so thin. It's like, oh, this is a fat one, So that's the difference, is that they were all fat last year, seemingly. Iaconelli.
Got another one under the dock.
If that one was a flathead, this one's got to be a blue cat, no doubt about it.
Spotted cat. I don't even know if they have those in New York. That one won't help.
Fat. But what it did, short and fat. If you saw Ike bend down and drop a waypoint, most likely it was a good recipe of the dock. He had confidence in it and then caught one. It might not have been a 5, but that might be one where a dock reloads later in the week.
He said the complex docks are the ones that work best for him. Last time at Smith Lake, it was a lot of docks with high walkways, the ones that had the no horseplay signs on them, because they were 30 feet off the ground. Seemed to produce some good fish.
Those are the kinds of docks I like skipping under. I
yeah,
can for sure,
me
man,
too.
I'm 100% on those.
I'm all over those. Something definitely to check out now while you're thinking about it, or later if you're somehow reminded of it, is the Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes from Toyota. I mean, the newly redesigned for 2024 Tacoma is just a work of art, just a beautiful, beautiful truck. And of course, we know that Tacoma enjoys a fabulous reputation New design, old design, doesn't matter. The resale value is always right up there at the top. Well, one winner is going to win it, and you can enter daily. June 19th, well, that was a while back, all the way up to September 19th. So you got ample opportunities to get in on the Tacoma Hit the Trail sweepstakes. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite from Lake Champlain, sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Bassmaster Live has been a lot of fun today. I mean, get down close to the end of the season, all these races, all the bills coming due, all the worries get a little more focused, all the celebrations get a little more intense, almost irrationally intense sometimes, because a breakthrough at the end of the season can mean so much to one of our 101 anglers who are out there today, trying to make it into the top 50 as we look at our leaderboard. Unofficially, again, Seth Feider on top with 22 pounds and 6 ounces. Greg DePalma having his best tournament of the season so far. Second place, Kyle Patrick, Austin Felix, Jacob Foutz, Robert G., Mike Iaconelli, Matt Robertson, Chris Saldane, and Brandon Lester. Boy, that's a good top 10 right there. Let's take a look at the second tier. John Cox and Will Davis Jr., Chris Johnston, Wes Logan, Joey Cifuentes, Bob Downey, Jay Shakeurat, John Garrett, J.T. Tompkins, and Lee Livesey rounding out our top 20.
Want to mention, we talked about Seth Feider as we look down 21st through 30th. Gord, Jocumsen, Ed Lochran back joining the Elite Series after a few events away. Summerall, good start to his tournament for sure. And there's your AOY leader, Classic champ Justin Hamner. Feider looking to make the Classic, and this would be one step. Needs to do it again tomorrow and the rest of the week, and then next week. Greg DePalma's in the same boat. He's just a few points behind.
Right,
so
very close to them.
That'll be something to keep an eye on.
Similar story there. It'd be fun to watch that, follow that.
Scott Martin
in there, and Scott Martin. Scott Martin already in the Classic. He can kind of swing for the fences here. It'll be interesting to watch him, see what develops for him. Brian New, Kyle Norsetter. Jeff Gustafson, former Classic champ in the field, who has a little work to do, Mike Sukon, in order to make it back to the Classic. So Jeff Gustafson looking to stay there and maybe improve his position. Cole Sands, Cody Huff, Trey McKinney led that Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race for so long during the course of this season until we got to Smith Lake there. Scott Canterbury, a lot of folks watching Scott, maybe thinking of shallow, largemouth play. He might be someone who could step up and take over there. Swindle, Combs, Pipkins, Mike Huff. And we get down to 60th place here, but Mark Menendez in 51st, the first man out if it were to end today.
But I thought we were going to 100. I thought we were stopping at 50, and then I was like, we're just going to go to 100.
Well, now,
Tommy, we knew when the other two were happening that it was right after Feider caught one, it was right after Ike caught one. Do we combine them, or do we have to pick one?
Well, you're going to find out here in a second.
I'm going to have to go with Ike just because it's been so long since he's had a shot at a replay of the day.
All right.
In his career.
Not the leader,
Yes,
but it is. It's
Let's
Ike.
go. And that's
her.
That, I do it the right way, Tommy. I don't give Fed info. That was a pure gut decision, just like it was for Iaconelli. Going with smallmouth early and then making a move to largemouth. And running a pattern to perfection.
That's the one right there.
I don't know if you heard me say, but I looked at that dock and I said, that dock should have one on. That's the kind of dock that looks like it should have one on it. Dunk, Maxent, General, all day long, down his throat, baby. Yeah! That's a 5-pounder! Yeah! I'm a terrible person. I'm trying to be a better person. Thank you.
I see the effort. I see the try.
Hey, that's all it's asked of you.
Highs and lows. It was told to me by Marshall at Smith that was the lowest he had ever seen Iaconelli, and the most frustrated you had seen Iaconelli at Smith.
Last time out.
Turnaround in the next competition day that he gets to fish is probably one of the highest he's had over the last, honestly, since he's returned to the Elite Series.
Seth Feider fans are protesting that
Don't say the word protest. We've had plenty of those, Such. Come on now.
Just a little different point of view is what I like to call it.
Yes.
Not a protest.
Will Davis, 5'2". He's up to 6th place with 20 pounds, 13 ounces.
Wow. Impressive. And he went south? Whoa, this one looks... Well, maybe not. Seth's still got the frog going there. He's done some damage with that, so might want to keep an eye on that. Seth obviously in a later flight as we get very, very close to check-in time for the first flight on day 1 here.
Yeah, first flight checks in as we finish the show today. And then the last check is 4:30 Eastern time for these anglers. So they'll have that extra time, like Iaconelli was saying. He's the last boat out. It'll be a short day tomorrow, but he said today I get to explore, I get to try some things out. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And before we go, this is why we love lakes like Champlain and St. Clair. We love a lot of these lakes, but you think, I'm going to go to St. Clair, I'm going to go to Champlain, it's going to be the same thing we always see, and it may be similar, but the areas are always different. And so looking at our Lake Master mapping of Champlain, where it's gone down in the past and where it's going down today, we think about last year, the inland sea, the big islands, the current, you can see on the west side of the islands, all the contours, and then it dumps off into the deep water. You could also think about, in the past, we've had St. Albans Bay factor, much shallower as well, largemouth. You could catch smallmouth out in the mouth of it. And then we think about Denny Brower and some of those old school largemouth heavy events. Missisquoi Bay was the place to be. You think about Ticonderoga as well down there. You think about Rouse's Point on the New York side. That has been a place that's even factored since 2020 for the Elite Series. And like we said, all the way down south, down to Ticonderoga, it is basically its own lake. A lot of different factors, a lot of different bays have factored as well. And we're seeing largemouth and smallmouth factor. And so I'm excited to see our top 10, our top 6 for tomorrow, and where they could be placed on the map. Obviously, as we make it towards the weekend, which areas prevail for sure as well.
Well, hopefully the weather will be such that they can move around at least probably not as freely as they did today, but reasonably well.
I wasn't confident in the wind forecast, but man, I'm gaining confidence.
Looking better.
Yeah,
they'll be looking at that all night and in the morning as
sure.
well for changes.
Oh, they were looking at it a week before they left for Champlain. They were texting me, I don't know about day 2, like 2 weeks ago. No, I'm just kidding. But they always have that worry of what I got to practice, and my practice is going to be based around what that weather's going to do.
Yeah. Now, those tropical storms, they give them such weird paths that it could go that way or it could go offshore.
Yeah.
And the tropical storm could have just veered to the east even more sharply. And you're just getting remnants instead of the full brunt of it.
I just believe because we let it sit for a couple hours, came back and got another bite. So that means new ones are coming in their place, That was a good test. All right, let's go. I pulled out the rod with the big line on it. I could fish those, but I feel like it's 3 o'clock. Oops, sorry.
3 o'clock. Probably going to give himself 30 minutes to get to New York, and then he'll fish for 1 hour.
One spot there.
Man, that is his plan.
Well, everything's worked out today.
He might have thought I'll have 2 smallmouth and 3 largemouth, or vice versa, and instead he's going to have 5 largemouth. But his plan worked. He got bites everywhere he went, and he saw signs even right there. That small fish, Tommy. It's just like marking the waypoint on that other small one. It's a dock. It's a deal that looked like it should produce when it does. Now, that could be a 5-pounder Saturday. It could be a 5-pounder Sunday.
Yeah.
First flight includes a lot of our AOY contenders: Hamner, Garrett, Trey McKinney, Chris Johnson. I believe Cody Huff.
Had to replay the Iaconelli scream.
You want to wait till the shows? I mean, we got like 3 minutes left. You want to start playing?
Give it to me one more time.
Playing your mixtape of day one there while we're trying to get this wrapped up.
I was
here.
setting my ringtone, Tommy.
Okay.
When someone calls me, it's just going to be Ike's.
Great. Good. Remind me to call
I'll have
incessantly all night long.
Instead of putting it on vibrate, I'll have to turn it off for church and Iaconelli screaming.
Yeah. Be a big hit. Hey, you know, the Hall of Famer Davey Hyde is not in the seat today.
He missed
We should have mentioned this. He has been on assignment, actually up there yesterday at Champlain, and is in a travel day today, but that means he'll be back here tomorrow. We sure look forward to that.
We're so excited about that time. We get to say, Dave, man, you should have been here yesterday. It was so fun. It was.
He should have. I mean, that was really good.
The first lull we go to, we're going to be, man, you should have been here yesterday.
The weigh-in will start as scheduled at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Festivities at Bassmaster.com. Dave Mercer in charge. On the Man on the Yeti hot seat, yes, Seth Feider with such a fabulous record here at Lake Champlain. Feeling the heat. Is anyone going to be able to take him down? Could be. There's some unknown elements out there. So we will see. We will see what we see at the weigh-in. You definitely don't want to miss that. Got the full field again tomorrow. 6 anglers we were with today, I think, you know, we don't always get the top performers, but we had some really some of the best stuff going on the lake among the 6 we chose today, including Seth Feider, 2 5+ largemouth.
Oh my God.
I think we got a sample of everything. We saw some of the smallmouth guys go to work.
Let's go.
Smallmouth early.
And it's a low pulse deal. They're going to be all similar sizes, and it's going to be slowly but surely upgrading. This is where you get the flare and the fireworks, but you could also get the lowest of lows and only catch 2-pounders. So Champlain showed us a lot. There it is. I needed some of that.
That's a 5-pounder.
Good shake up
I don't need
right there.
I don't need any Mountain Dew. I just need.
My
I'm
God.
a terrible person. I'm trying to be a better person. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Hey, he's been a great person to so many in this sport over the years.
Absolutely. He does a lot for people. All right. Tomorrow, coverage continues 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. Davey Hyde in the chair. We're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to seeing you here for Bassmaster Live, 8 a.m. tomorrow.